Door. Yeah, void dot, I guess. There's no fast-rated bet to our sheep. I would think there should be. Especially when there's no combat around. I mean, see if we can give him any world information. That may interest you. Nope, not yet.
I always have a backup plan.
Yeah, we still have to talk to her. Wherever the fuck she is. There you are.
Allow me to thank you again for helping me with the cargo, Sherin. I am sure the Ashmags who squirreled away my goods won't give up so easily, and I'll hear more about their scheming yet. Let's strike a deal, Sherin. I will watch your back if you do me a favor and watch mine. Well, enough jokes. Is there something you wanted?
I've seen enough of shiny wrap into the Cronin's spans. Tell me of its dark side. Call me Shireen.
The language on Ifrit, my home world, is quite different from the one spoken in the Keronis expanse. We bestow more than one meaning upon each word, allowing our wise men to fully express their sagacious thoughts, and us lowly dabblers, our base passions and desires.
Okay, so double meanings.
Take Aji, for example. That is what I call every piece of scum and villain, because Aji means evil and foe and pathetic worm unworthy of consideration. Or take Ashmag. It means fool and little brother and blind man who stumbled and would fall into a pit without guidance. Shireen is... Shireen means friend and comrade and roommate in a battle formation, like we are.
All right. Business you wish to discuss?
Oh, Shireen, I did manage to spark your interest. Allow me to invite you to a more private place. My words are meant for your ears alone.
Reading. Different private quarters. The flickering light of a dozen candles plays across Jay's face, making her smile appear even more mysterious. Shireen, the exalted one himself, brought us together the day you crossed Vladimir's threshold. He led us to the cargo and gave his blessing for its return. Do you know what happened on my world? Do you know what people in my world say when such a thing happens? What's gained is to be shared with your neighbor. Okay. She points at containers in front of her. One contains a polished Eldari rifle, a rare model, and the other holds an ornate sword. I am sharing what I've gained with you. Please accept these humble gifts in honor of our wild success through suddenly struck friendship. We're not here to exchange pleasantry. What does he want to discuss? It's really wonderful, dear, so I accept it with gratitude. I know you would accept the Xenos mastery of the would appreciate the Xenos mastery of their craft. Jay beams at you, curling a lot of black hair around an augmented finger. After a brief pause, she awkwardly continues, "So, the matter I wanted to discuss with you is related to my business. You know that I sell Xenos artifacts to interested Imperial subjects and Imperial trinkets to Xenos. Business is going well, my network runs, even without my participation. But when it comes to expansion, well, that is where I hit a wall. Rivals envious my success." Jay throws up her hands. "Falco, especially. I am certain the theft of the cargo was his doing, but I can never predict what the Ashman would do next, and while the Imperium's authority may be fragmented in the expanse, it could crack down on people of my profession at any moment. If you were slightly less useful to me, I would have brought you to justice myself. Get to the point. I do not have time to spend all day chatting with you. I think I follow. You wish to use me." Exalted one forfend. Could such a lowly servant of the Imperium use the radiant bearer of the warrant like some kind of tool? The other way around, however. If the rogue trader put in a good word for me with the servants of the Adeptus Administratum, I could become an official trade representative of the Imperium. Just imagine it. A little scrap of paper will offer me and my agents protection against Ashmad steams, far better than any refractor field, and even the Inquisition will have to think twice before they mess with me, because I'll be a representative of the law in my own right. And the best part of all this is it will cost you precisely nothing, Shireen. All you have to do is stop by the administration palace and obtain a certificate from the Master of Seals. My information tells me the place is located on Redoris, your capital world. You see how everything has aligned so wonderfully, and of course I will repay you in kind. Finger on true power. How do I benefit from your gaining official status? Besides being in besides being in besides being in receipt of my eternal gratitude, Shireen? Jay playfully raised a brow. Won't it be beneficial to have someone in your retinue with the weight of authority behind them, rather than just another pawn? One slip of paper, and I will be able to extend my network to systems far beyond footfall. My agents will be your eyes and ears throughout the expanse. I shall take it into consideration. That sounds simple enough. I will help you. Exalted One bless you, Shireen. I couldn't find a better business partner in all the expanse. Jay ponders for a moment, then graces you with a dazzling smile. Friendship is a gift from the Exalted One, and we must cherish it. And you will have no complaints from our friendship, Shireen. I may not be a trade representative of the Imperium just yet, but I will still help you with whatever you need. You must have a faction in mind that you would like to establish a relationship. The severe Drushians, the hot-headed pirates, the Casablanca. You merely need to use the right words, and like a key for a lock, people will open their hearts to you. Or their wallets. I will arrange everything, you merely have to ask. The Drushians. Whoo! That's helpful. I'll humbly wait for you to steer your vessel towards Dradoris. That's familiar maintenance station. The Rotator's familiar has its own maintenance station located on the flagship and is near residence at Dradoris. The corresponding upgrade kits. Those stations can gain up to 3 levels of improvement. Okay. Takes a moment for you to notice something is amiss in your chamber. Finally, your gaze comes to rest on the torn cushion from one of the chairs. Your combat beast must have had too strong a reaction to the smell of real down filling. Zeus looks at you from his usual spot, on fluster as ever. Sure, give all the enemies the same treatment. Cybermassive seems uninterested in your words, but you know that its servo protocols have carefully recorded everything you said. You are my most loyal friend, Zeus. Zeus' red visor turns to you. You know full well that the Cyber Mastiff is an instrument of his will, not a comrade, nevertheless. Just as one can grow fond of one's trusted bolter, so too can an instrument be shown sympathy. Pat the dog. Zeus remains cold and impassive, as if you touch an inanimate slab of metal. One of the slight twitches of the Cyber Mastiff's tail indicates that the affection has been acknowledged and appreciated. Shake. Zeus looks at you expectantly. Evidently, the servo protocols refuse to acknowledge the unknown command, and so the Cyber Massive simply ignores it. For your glove, go get it, Zeus. The dog's attention instantly focuses on the thrown object. A moment later, Zeus leaps and snatches it from the air. Before the metal blades hit the floor, your glove is reduced to tiny shreds, a transparent reminder that the Cyber Massive takes every command extremely seriously. Training time, Zeus. It takes some time to learn how Zeus executes basic commands. The Cyber Mastiff follows your exact instructions, leaving you convinced that the servo protocols are working correctly. And yet, there's a small deviation from the norm. The tail keeps wagging as if Zeus was pleased with spending time with you. Go patrol. On receiving your command, Zeus leaps onto all fours and with a low growl and runs out of your chambers. She's gone for a long time. Meanwhile, the open bots line reports several incidents on one of the middle decks, mostly involving obscure dealers and smugglers who have suddenly let themselves be exposed. The bots is still talking about how enforcers are in the process of apprehending the criminals when Zeus crosses the threshold of your quarters and walks back over to you. Good boy. Where is... what's the upgrade thing for him? Display of weapons. We have here Master of Aurora. This is a portrait painted by a skilled artist reading a cat. Then I have to look up where I do the upgrades for him. Over here. So I need 3,000 more. Get the holy gifts and the jewelry. And have that too. There we go. Alright, we're heading to the footfall again. Semester seals. I don't have the Xenotech. On location, while the nature lore and Twitter's secretive grand scale manufacturing operation remains unknown. The names of those who are assisting him are uttered with great respect. Take it. Increase our profit factor, which means we might be able to pick up some more of the stuff we have available to us. Possibly, possibly not. Might just waste some time, but eh. Yep, we can get the crack grenades now. Manual of the owner gain. This manual grants the owner plus 10 to meditate. It also grants plus toughness bonus MP after using a med kit. Pick up more of those. We can now. The wearer's melee attack is dodge parried or restores a direct critical hit. The wearer gains plus agility bonus MP and does not provoke attacks of opportunity until the end of their turn. Still can't afford shit from you. Defense 10 stats, tactical advantage to gain 1 resolve till the end of combat. We'll pick it up just to have everything, but we're just talking to you. And then we don't have enough shit for you yet. Yeah. Okay. Inevitable triumph. Juice at the safe. This reports disturbing news brought by the machine spirit of the ship. The matter is extremely delicate and concerns Lady Cassie. You see, since her first day aboard, her presence has been a disturbance to the crew's way of life. If you allow, I have prepared a detailed report. Not her guest on this voyage ship, and the voyagemen must come to terms with her oddities and caprices, and for those who cannot, lashes every one of them. As the Lord Captain sees fit concerning the report, I have no intention of troubling the Lady Navigator with this matter. Deliver your report. The first incident occurred immediately after the ship departed. You had 5. The Navigator chastised one of the ship runners, after which he went to his living quarters, killed his family, and then shot himself. The second incident was noted while traversing the warp. The Lady Navigator gave the pilots the wrong instructions, and the void ship was thrown off course for a matter of minutes, but this was enough for the force of the Immaterium to anger the machine spirit, enough for them to start a fire in the service bay. After that, officers living near the Lady Navigator's quarters began to express extreme emotions: hysteria, apathy, euphoria, rage. This is quite detrimental to the crew's morale and performance. The last incident was recorded on Footfall. Around 100 living birds were delivered on board during our stay on Footfall. Each bird cost a hefty sum, but I have failed to discover the purpose and subsequent fate. I was also told about a conflict between the Lady Navigator and the Seneschal, alas, with no details. If you like, you can ask Master Wershian directly. Things are even worse with Jaya Hadari. I intercepted a Votscast in which she promised she would, and I quote, end the Casca if she ever saw her again. If I may, Lord Captain, Lady Navigator's state of mind worries me. She is self-contained and does not mesh well with the crew at all, which is why everyone avoids her. Even senior officers can be superstitious. I fear that only you are in a position to talk to her on an equal footing and improve the situation for the sake of the crew's safety and that of Lady Cassia herself. Captain, I have done Lord Captain, I have done as commanded, and everything has been prepared for your ritual for the Mistress Kabbalah. Selected a few upper deck officers already. A select few upper deck officers are ready to leave their posts to attend the formal gathering as you praise your lordship's name. We can begin at your convenience. Some of my illustrious officers. It will be done. I shall signal the servants and notify the invited parties immediately. Let us demonstrate, Mr. Cabal, how strong our vessel's spirit and camaraderie truly is. Why is it a mystery? What does it mean? I'm going to reduce that. To address you at your request, our head surgeon is sabotaging the ship's operation. He was quarantined several Voidman crews on account of a piddling sickness. People don't even go to the med bay when they come down with it. They just wipe their noses and keep working. Only a dozen or so die from it a whole year. We're sitting on our hands here, so I asked you to talk some sense to him. Your Vox clits, and you hear the dry, nonchalant response. Greetings, your lordship. My name is Letard Farius, and I am the Trojan major on this vessel. As your chief Medicaid specialist, I assure you that the quarantine is well warranted. This piddling sickness has claimed the lives of a number of meritorious officers in the past. This time I intend to get the epidemic under control, study the disease thoroughly, and develop a proper cure. I hope you will agree that a single period of downtime is a small price to pay for the number of lives that will be saved and the increase in the crew's performance during such outbreaks in the future. Not to mention the fact that we won't have to waste stimulants due to the effect afflicted using them as a crutch to offset their limited work capacity. How do you intend to study the disease? By gathering enough infected individuals together, letting the illness progress, comprehend the properties, and finally killing it. The disease goes through several stages, with each containing clues to its nature and vulnerabilities. The voyagemen will have to stay sick for some time until I discover the cure, assuming, of course, that the disease is reversible in its final stages. If I cannot approve your methods, find volunteers among the crew who agree to be infected in exchange for compensation. I expect you to cure every one of them once they are done. The voyagemen are to be treated and put back to work. You want test subjects. Tell the Master of Arms to provide you with the required number of comm bits and other riffraff. That may limit the potential of the study, but this approach is also acceptable. I will make up for the lack of material with my expertise. Thank you for taking your crew's health into consideration. Should you require my services, you may find me on the bridge, your lordship. Lord Captain, I bring dire news. A feud has broken out between the clans and the maintenance. The clans that maintain the Void Shield arrays. Rumor has it that late Lady Theodora was seen on the lower decks, and so one of the families called for rebellion against the usurper of the void ship. That is you. So far, no one believes the mad tales, but unrest has begun in the fringe departments. The ship and forces are ready to eliminate the instigating clan or pacify the entire void shield crew now. Decision is yours. Clan and find a replacement among the neighboring crews. Affairs of the ancient void ship clans. Let them sort it out amongst themselves. Destroy the rebellious clan. I'll see to it, Lord Captain. Visit the system. Got Eldari ships. A fuck ton of them. Place a lifeless, contemplating. Alright, got 7 plasteel out of that. brings me into solitude calm. I will preserve its memory for meditation. A lot of Eldar here. Oh, no, those are Chaos Nets to me. Might be able to take them. Lord Captain, we received a transmission from Followstone. It was sent by a member of the Order of the Hammer, uh, Voltiers, a Saint Cagnatius, whose monastery is the only settlement on the planet. Or rather, it used to be. Some time ago, a transport vessel, the Navite, unloaded several thousand refugees from a planet belonging to the road trader Winterscale. The Order of the Hammer has judged this invasion to be an act of aggression and is asking your lordship for your lordship's protection. People of faith and distress, prepare a landing party and my shuttle. I'm taking the monastery under my protection. I shall resolve this conflict, as it pleases your Lord Captain. Sits score 11 day after the feast of passing of Netamis Keith, the champion of faith, marred the calm of the monastery of the Order of the Hammer. Countless tortured souls steeped in fear arrived on Followstone in the star bark. A great apostasy had befallen their home and turned them into abject wanderers seeking help and refuge. Their wicked, cruel captain, the owner of the Navica, had betrayed them. Once the knowing souls in his care had made landfall on the world's surface, he most deviously recalled his shuttles and left, thus ridding himself of the duty to care for the unfortunate lot. Not knowing how they would survive, in Followstone's grim wasteland, the Forsaken people came to this monastery of St. Cadmus, and there they surrounded its walls and implored and wailed, "Take us in, protect us." And what once was a place of serenity and grace was now full of din, disorder, and all manner of things despicable. The interlopers brought with them worldly futility and strife, and mayhap also seed of alluring blasphemies. If friendly heathens lurked in the midst. After a prayer, the prelate Hetelit turned his eyes to the past and searched for instruction. Prelate Hetelit called for the first missionaries. Recalled the first missionaries to set foot on Followstone. A vast wasteland led by the zeal for serving Saint Cadmus and those missionaries that received the blessing of Netadames Keith, the champion of faith who had traveled with them in their starbark and found this place a humble and pure abode, whereas to cultivate wisdom and piety. And Saint Cadmus, a man of great endeavors, a warrior and a wise artificer, never cowered behind the walls of a librarium, but stepped bravely into the darkness, carrying light in his palm and in the palm of his hand, and he commanded others to do the same. And not only Followstone, but many other worlds of the Chronos Expanse bear its imprint. The prelate Hetus did welcome the interlopers warmly as his guests, but he did warn his brethren to keep vigilant. Jesus, that's a wall of text. The brothers and sisters of the Order of the Hammer came forth to meet the strangers, carrying water and protein victuals, and medicinal herbs and jugs of promethium. But the crowd came to blows over violence, and blood was spilled, and many were trampled or mauled in the stampede. Some of them dwellers of the monastery. Then the warriors of the Order of the Hammer donned their flat cowls and strived words of praise to the god emperor on their tassel visors, and went forth, ready to render service in battle. With las guns and bolters, they pierced the interlopers with their With their chain swords and their power flails they struck them, and a great and bloody harvest was reaped that day. But the interlopers too scant their armament was, and scant their skill in battle, slew many among the monastery dwellers, for great were their numbers, and great was their desperation. The monks fled behind their wall, and rang the Vox alarm, and shut the gate, and commanded the armed guards to keep watch over the gate, slaying any who approached. A quarrel broke out. The hungry and sick laid siege to the monastery, begging for help. In their spite, they blocked the water collector and unpowered the generatorium. The faithful in the meantime made ready to resist. A miracle came to pass. The God Emperor set his champion, his confidant, his right hand. Leader of the Emperors command his formidable boarding force to fall upon the interlopers and slay as many as could be slain over the interlopers, taking them into his care, thereby all of Foulstone with them. Humbly the Order Hammer heeded the God Emperor's confidant, and unsealed the airlock and opened the gates of its abode, and brought forth gifts of virtue. Convictions. One of your convictions branches has reached rank 2, adherent. Once it reaches rank 3, Voltaire, it becomes the character's main conviction. After that, you will still be able to choose dialogue options referring to other conviction branches, but those branches cannot be raised above rank 2 adherent. After the prayer, the architect set to work in accordance with the saint's teachings and the parameters set forth in the standard template construct. They erected spacious living quarters and sturdy fort walls for the planetary militia, and a spacious auditorium wherein to trade and store goods, and a proud sensorium within those walls. Clerks and servo bondsmen would maintain order and keep statistical records. And a new yet righteous way of life came to Foulstone, and the people rejoiced, and all was good. Okay, so I have my first little area. Certain worlds, usually the most habitable or suitable for establishing thriving colonies. Yeah, I can build shit. What's that? Oh. The armor penetration of this flamer is increased by +4, but does not inflict the burning effect. So okay, that increases profit factor by +2, by +1. Emperor's Retribuum. Shield of the Faith. Prow Shield Sector. Nah, this. Right now it needs to be built first. Alright. Time for some hostile actions. Let's see what we got going on here.
Hold fast. Our faith will be tested.
Anomalous zone combat. Sometimes during combat you can see different types of anomalous zones. Okay. I think you missed. Torps in the water. Give them the good news. A tiny bit. Good. Dropped his shield. Good there. Fire. Good hit. Come around this way. Minor hit. If you want to focus on shooting those, feel free. Just gonna nail one of your asses. Apostate Lance. Fire. To here. We start our turn early. Almost have dorsal. Good chance of killing it. It's done. You guys want the torps too? Be in my dorsal range. I'd like to start my turn a bit early if I could. Wait, what if we head to here? Perfect. Nail him. Say, just so you know, bud. What you gonna do? I think you made a mistake. Potentially not. White, what I intended. Either way. Torps end it. Or at least they should. Good kill. Unholy Amulet. Ooh. Short range broadside macro cannons, which fire 4 shots, dealing 21 damage per shot. So long range. I like the long range. Air. Those enemy shifts immediately turn 40 to 95 degrees depending on the ship's maneuverability. That. Ooh, and then we need a second one. Do we warp wave? I don't really use the RAM, but there we go. Sitting at 200 now. Should be able to stay in the fight a bit longer. Just two of them. Destroy them before they reach. Torpedoes are always fired in salvos. If that give me a line of sight on the torps, it will. Wait, those torpedoes. Should put me out of range of both of their torpedoes, but puts me in range of all their guns. Gonna lob ours out that way. Fire. Okay. Miss. Into theirs. Good. Dorsal. Good, got some fucking hits on that. Swing around. Very good. Now them. taking a very long about route. Alright, cool. Turn those fuckers away from me. Thank you. Now we're gonna move to here. Prowl lance him. Phenomenal. There. Some torps in the water. We don't have enough space to actually hit you. If that's what you want to do... Bye. Very much rather not deal with either one of these sets of torps. I think that's our safest position. So those are gonna fuck off into the distance. These ones shouldn't be able to cut hard enough. There we go. Yep, they can't hit us.
Blessed are the faithful.
Hell yeah. Okay, so battles in anomalous areas like this are more difficult. Probably footfall, so that's where Giannis is. Prefer if the routes to my protectorate. We're safe. Lord Captain, we have an emergency. We have received word that there have been sightings on the lower decks. A sighting of Lady Theodora. Message received are incomplete and vague, little more than yell and hysterical claims or reports of casualties and unrest. The compartments in question are already been sealed off, but I thought you might want to look into what's going on yourself. The situation's delicate and especially disturbing. There are mention of Iridala class being present. I need the exact location. Right away, Lord Captain. You'd be easier to equip than him. Even if I do have to give you a fuck ton of levels. Persuasion. Ballistic. You have so many. Focus, officer uses ability, and ally. Half of the stats round up or lost on the end of the target's turn. Increase your ballistic skill. There's Grutari. Adept Sororitas. Okay, so she can use that shit. Must not have features. When an ally commits in danger, an extra turn, the navigator gains a statue plus 5 bonus to willpower. My protection, unnatural lore, the navigator's plus 5 fellowship, and additional plus 1 fellowship for every navigator talent or navigator power taken. He's damaged by the navigator, suffer an additional. Oh, I already have that. Okay. Over to the warp. Enemies affected by the navigator's power suffer minus 10 penalty to the net resistance test. The navigator's power. For the navigator's power, the penalty is lost after such a test is made. If you command in voice. If you awareness. Can't increase your ballistic skill anymore, so we'll increase your toughness. Navigator uses a power. Veil degradation reduced by -1. You'd probably be better as a grand strategist. Next turn, 30% hit chance on the net's attack dodge on their net's dodge test. Alright, now we're starting to get to some of the fun stuff. All enemies within the area suffer a -22% penalty of willpower and toughness till the end of combat. All troops in the area must pass a willpower resistance test or immediately move out of the zone. Target gains plus 22 to their willpower and toughness until the end of combat. As in a square, the enemy close to that square immediately moves up 4 cells towards it. If multiple enemies are in the same distance from the point, all of them move to the target. Glimpse of Fate or Revel in the Light. Allies that are the target of a navigator's power gain plus 10% armor. The additional armor is reduced by the amount of veil degradation to a minimum +0. The increases by the infusing parameters of the current equipment of the net Parameter of the currently equipped navigator's staff. You have the long last. Where's the sniper rifle? There it is.
Keep your wits about you.
These rumors about Lord Captain Theodora, surely you do not believe them?
I don't wink.
Of course not. I saw firsthand how... Wait. Who's that there?
Operation?
Turn around and import the part. Okay. And now who now deigns to grace us with their presence? Another gaggle of heretics and traitors thirsting to get their due for what they've done, or is it the leader himself who has finally grown tired of hiding behind others? Theodora von Valesius is before you, and she looks grotesque. A hole yawns wide in her chest, rusted hoods protrude from beneath her skin, and a lupin-inflamed scar cuts across her throat. The figure flitters as though it is dropping in and out of its reality. She looks at you with the whitish eyes of a corpse, and smiles venomously. Road traitor, we meet at last. I've grown tired of waiting for you to pay me a visit. Theodora looks in apprehension, and her mocking tone turns to one of distance. Indeed, centuries of selfless toil and effort, and everything I left behind has gone to this non-entity. I spark for warp illusion be gone. Argenta, my dear, there's no need for such a fuss. Why don't we sit down for a cup of recap after you so I'll listen to your rapturous tales and of sacred relics, portents, and other special paths. You must have been so lonely without me here. No one else is willing to listen to your ravings, to help you with your childish treasure hunt. Theodora laughs melodiously without mockery. At the sight of the terrifying Theodora, Aberlin's face turns sickly pale. The throne spares from the cursed apprehension of the archenemy. Is that what you're truly praying for? I can see how fast your heart is pondering, Roshan. I think deep down you hope this apparition never ends. You are not Daman Theodora. Cabal's eyes blaze with fury. The undying one does not relinquish the souls that come to him. Such is the absolute truth. You are a thief of names. Foolish child, your words are limited to the darkness of the lower depths, and the words of your vizier. You know nothing of truth. You know nothing of the truth or death. You do not even know the first thing about yourself. Theodora's voice is dripping with venomous condensation. Die, scum. We're gonna shoot it. It's gonna disappear as we dual wield our fucking shotguns.
Hello.
Hello.
Did you know there was a new flavor from Dr. Pepper?
There's a new Dr. Pepper flavor?
Yeah. Take a guess at what it is. I'll give you two.
Is it citrus based?
No.
No. Candy apple.
No. Close.
What is it?
Strawberries and cream.
That doesn't sound too bad.
It don't sound too bad. I didn't get it. I wasn't in the mood for it. But it don't sound too bad.
That don't sound too bad at all. Alright, so next time we shoot at a ghost, we need to load salt.
Yeah.
Give me a second time. We have already met. Of course, boy, for it was I who ordered you to who gave the order to bring you here to my ship. Oh, how I rue the decision now. And now I regret heeding any advice from my seneschal. Aberlin whispers hurriedly to you. How can this be? It is the same vision as on the officer deck, and yet entirely different. Why does it not remember that meeting? And why does it remember what the real Theodora did? Alas, my glorious voyage through life was ended in the dullest possible way by death. A nuisance I I staved off for as long as I could. But do not weep for me, my boy. I am still keeping an eye on my property and punishing all those who failed me. Theodora bares her rotten teeth in a snarl, her laughter piercing. What do you want with me? Where's Adira? What have you done with her? Me? What have I done with Adira? Theodora laughs mockingly. All I did was turn that little mutt from the fringes into a true servant of the Imperium. I gave her toys, I cleaned up after her antics, I provided her with everything she could ever dream of. Oh, how I had great plans for the poor little Adira. Theodora is dead, there is no coming back from that. I'm dead? How is that? I am no different from those who have not yet crossed the divide between reality and eternity. I see, I speak, I remember the wrongs you have committed against me, and now, for all those who failed me, I have already begun exacting my retribution. I truly am Theodora, the remnants of herself that were left behind in this world. I am an echo of her memories preserved in the minds of those who carried her. I am the taste of tears spilt for the unsaid and undone. I am the terror of she who failed to turn the tide of fate, who refused to look truth in the face. I am as real as a human possession that brings the road to ruin. I'm as real as the human passions that bring the road to ruin. And tell me, who really killed you? Oh, wouldn't you like to know the answer to that question? I don't even know. Which would be more satisfying, to give you the honest answer or to leave you languish in your ignorance? We'll see how you conduct yourself, little boy. What do you want with me? Theodora warily rolls her eyes. Matters are so dire that the pleas of one of my servants breached death's veil to reach my ears. How could I ignore such a desperate cry for help, and from my little Iridera, no less? And once I appeared here, of course, I had to meet the pretender who has allowed this deplorable state of affairs. I will send you back to the abyss you crawled out of. You, out of all people to threaten me, you are the most pathetic boy. You're the most pathetic boy. All that you possess now was given to you in error. You are unworthy of such a generous gift. You are incapable of holding on to it. I am here to seek retribution against all who failed me, my brainless crew, my useless officers, the pathetic servants who turned their backs on their mistress in the darkest hour, and worst of all, you, my dear heir, you who have undeservedly claimed the warrant and everything else that is mine. I'll drag it all to the warp with me, including you.
I always keep my options open.
Awareness.
I did it?
Lit fuzzy and the data readouts. Data storage is damaged. We got goods right there. That's what we fucking perceived. There's be a fight down here. Yep.
Color the uncolored.
Actually, no. We're all going down there.
Is there money to be made?
Huge shell ready to be loaded into the macro cannon breach. God just jumped up. Where is she? I clearly remember her being around here somewhere. Try and not just wantonly murder my crew. Split liquid cloudy carrying a strong chemical smell. It is the coolant used to stabilize the major cogitator systems.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Ah, there you are, my little coward. Why won't you look at your captain, Idira? It's wrong. It's all wrong. Looked at her boy, my little Adira utterly trapped in her vision. No matter, I will allow your doubts. I will allay your doubts. Lord Captain. Turns her head to you, but her demented gaze only rests briefly on your face before sliding away. Up close, you can see that the base of one of Irdo's temple implants was blackened and melted. No, wait, Lord Captain, Lady von Valchius? Irda raised her eyes to Theodora, who stands before her, tears streaming down Irdo's face. You came back. Theodora clutched her tongue in sympathy, reaching out to tenderly stroke Irida's hair. Poor little Idira. There, how could I not come? You were crying for me so desperately, your pleas carried to the very depths of the warp itself. The smile suddenly drops from the mutilated face. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you warn me? Answer me, you insignificant wretch, or I'll drag the answers from you myself. Theodora's fingers dig into Irida's scalp, meeting no resistance. Adira let out a soul-chilling howl and tries to grab the hand tearing into her, but her fingers pass through the monster's flesh. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything that could have done it. That could have had anything to do with you. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. I failed. Breaks into a strangled stream, and you feel the air around you grow rapidly colder. Our gentle Worsley swings her weapon up and aims at Iridea, who is struggling in the monster's hold. The sister of battle looks at you without an ounce of doubt or mercy. Argenta, stop. Argenta wrinkles her nose at your shouted command and lowers the weapon a few centimeters, but she does not put it away. Snap out of it or shoot you myself. Stills for a moment, then pleads a piteous amount, a shadowless voice. Lord Captain, help me. Damn it. Theodora shoves the scyther away with a low snarl. The road trader's body begins to change, losing its human shape. Chaos will devour you and will devour everything responsible for my death. Die. Die for the delectation of my lord. So we're going to have to fight 4 blues.
Power of humanity.
Cassie's not the first move. We're going to set her up right here. No, right there. So that way she can use her unblinking gaze. We're going to sit up next to her. Me and Abelard are going to take care of the fucking demons. Basically, we're going to melee the fuck out of them. While you guys do your fucking shooty bet here. Can't do that. Switch to your sniper.
If I may.
Buff him. Nail him.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I mean, if you guys want to, go for it. Oh! Fuck.
How dare you?
That hurt a little bit. Switch to this. Burn him.
Faith without deeds is worthless. The
Running down to
enemies of
here.
the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it. This is why I was chosen.
Go.
Cover me.
It- Okay. Good parry.
I can handle this.
I'll do what it takes.
Don't touch me.
Good dodge.
Emperor, protect me.
Switch over to this. Boy, strike.
To it personally.
Good shit, boy. Do that one more time. Nice swing on you.
As the tenants demand.
Open your eyes. Or
Shit.
I'll open mine.
I hit the wrong thing. Keep forgetting to give you a second sword, too. Tis was not a good idea. Move to here. Buff all of us. Beat the shit out of this little fucker. I'll let you to move to there. Heal the sister.
This wound will make a fine scar.
I'm grateful.
Victory is imminent.
Buff your hit. Swing. There we go. Minor edge are dead. Me a favor. Pull that guy's fucking head off.
Duty demands. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Sister.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Mm.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Front line. How long does that last? Until the end of combat.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? No! These ruby flashes are choking me.
You're gonna die in your next turn. You're gonna die in yours.
Doubt is
Well,
for
not
the
your,
weak.
not necessarily die, but
I'll do it.
guarantee it fucking
Without
happens.
deeds is worthless.
So when this dude goes So move your fucking bird over to here, maybe.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
As the temper is
Ow.
back.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. As honor
Don't
always,
attack the people underground.
That was a
It
waste
did.
of a
let
medikit.
your soul be purged. I shall not fail. Trust me, my blade whispers your name.
Alright, so next step, we're going to use that. Get more stats to bleed on him.
Combat is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
Boop.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Ah, so I'm still right there. Gotcha.
I will do my duty. It will be done.
Nail him. Did he only break down into one? Looks like it. Nope, there's the other one.
Target well struck.
Blue horse basically.
It's worse than this.
Ah, the blue horror outbarred itself. Gotcha.
I'll do it.
Bird.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Bro, we just have to beat the fuck out of this guy. It's not that many left. It's not that many of you left. Abelard can dodge.
Who even taught you to fight like this?
Now nail them.
Come, the other side awaits.
Put to here.
My vow is to
Didn't really bother aiming.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Indeed.
Charge. Holy fuck, he parried it.
No matter the cost.
Parry this shit.
It will be done.
Okay.
One fewer target.
Hey, that's a level. Lord Captain, is it really you? It is. Should have trained your weapon on deer and watches you closely. The abomination claims that you called it. Is this true? Me? Did I? Yes, Lord Captain. I think it was me who called her. I can barely remember the voices, my old good whispers. They suddenly turned red, sharp. They started cutting, tearing, ripping at me, ripping me to pieces. I cried out, I called for help, and she came. Your Taylor groans and clutched her head. Damn it! Why are the voices making so much noise now? Shut up! Shut up! Has seen the ship. The previous rogue trader has been seen on the ship recently. Was that your doing? Yes, I did it a couple times when I had too much to drink. At the time, I thought I heard her voice among all the whispers in my head. The voice was sad, so clear I couldn't help myself. I answered, I hope I could reach her there. Ever since she died, since I first heard the voice in my head, the whispers have gotten louder, clearer, harder to resist. You hear the warp whispering in your head, and you answered, are you insane? You don't know what it's like. The most important person in your life who's now gone forever suddenly starts talking to you inside your head. How could I not reach out to her? I had to. I know what you're thinking. During the warp jump, when Lady Theodora came toward us, I kept thinking about the meeting. I kept blaming myself. Why didn't I divine it? Why didn't I stop her killer? Those thoughts have been playing at the back of my mind day after day, choking me with guilt. And do you know what? The one on the officer deck, I don't know what that was, but this time here, this was a product of my guilt, and a cursor straight out of my own mind. So what am I supposed to do with you now? I know after everything I've done, you have no faith in my willpower or my strength, but I can fix everything. It's just, I'm not at my best, you see. Maybe we can find a way to replace my implant or some other remedy, better one. Lady Von Velshi has said that such things could be found. If not here, then elsewhere. I just didn't need it. I just didn't need it before, but we just need to find it. We need to figure out where to look for it, and we'll get it. And until then, I'll keep myself on a tighter leash. Guard and escorted from the ship at the first orbital stop we come to. I want to help you. We'll think of something. Thank you. I won't let you down. You're making a mistake, Lord Captain. Perhaps you will find something to slow the decline, but it will not stop. Only a miracle can save Doratalis now. I think I'd better with your permission, Lord Captain. Her will peruse near Dell's live. Bring her to the surgeon and have them see to her. Of course, Lord Captain, as you command.
I always have a backup plan.
Woods.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Warp conductor gloves. After triggering a second phenomena repairs the warp, wearer's psi rating is increased by 1 until the end of combat. Wearer drains momentum and temporary wounds equal to their resolve can be equipped by an on-station psyker. Per combat, the wearer's wounds drop below 30%. The wearer gains plus 21 wounds. 2 pairs of those. Battle Psyker boots. The wearer gains perception bonus dodge until the start of their next turn for each enemy attacking affected by their psi powers or psychic staff stats. Psychic stat attached stat. Okay.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
It's a giant pile of bodies. Level up. Overcharge. The Cyber Mastiff immediately heals to full wounds, even if it has 0 wounds. The Overseer's next 3 abilities cost -1 AP. Until the end of combat, the Cyber Mastiff deals additional damage equal to plus Familiar's Wisdom bonus of target's maximum wounds. Ooh, I like. This is where we get more keystone abilities. Till the end of combat, the Archmilitant can make 1 additional attack each turn, including 1 additional attack on the turn of this heroic action was used. The first attack after using this ability cost... The first attack after using this ability and each turn afterwards costs 0 AP. Okay. Mark several attack. Simultaneously made several attacks. The number of attacks equals the number of prey in combat. These attacks are equally divided among all prey in the bounty hunter's line of sight. The attacks always hit and always store critical hits. Carnival of Misery. Until the end of combat, all damage dealt to enemies by damage over time effects increased by plus 100%. After other modifiers, the effect stats can be inflicted by more than 1 executioner. Take and hold.
Let us not dawdle.
to the bridge. Boop. Alright, time to visit one of our homeworlds. Our granary world at that. According to telemetry, the parameters for the system match those of Teletus Epsilon, home of the Adri Road Janus that belongs to the Von Valsius dynasty. We received the VOTS match that the planet the Adri Road governor has officially welcomed the Road Trader and reports that she has begun preparations for a formal reception to celebrate the arrival of the planet's sovereign. Your subjects are looking forward to your visit. I bet they are. More fuel. What do we have on this ice world? More plasteel. White cover of frost. White cover is like frost that forms in condensers. Can worlds be truly made of nothing? Can worlds made of nothing but cold truly exist? Yes. Yes, they do. And they are far enough out from the sun, they damn well do. That is a fucking farm. Jesus Christ. Governor's estate. Boop. Yeah, we'll take you with us. We'll see if there's any lasting effects from your little incident. You got us no Dari sharpshooter. Good God, Pathfinders? A lavishly dressed noblewoman in an opulent scent gown watches you with an expectant air, but then gracefully bows her head. Gem-encrusted implants protrude from her arms and neck. I welcome you on behalf of the noble house Viet Ab Aram. My name is Vizier Janus Viet Ab Aram. I'm just gonna call you, let's call you Vis. By the grace of the Emperor and the will of the Road Trader, Road Trader Theodora von Valsius, I serve as planetary governor and imperial commander-in-chief of this world. That's a fucking get-up. And greetings to you, noble Warshian. It has been years since your last visit to Janus. I am glad to see you again. It is a good sign when a Road Trader Seneschal does not visit a subject planet for a long time. Isn't that correct, Lady Viet? It means the governor is taking care of all matters, and there is no need for a Seneschal to interfere. I hear praise in those words, and I thank you for them. In truth, your arrival in this place of esteemed Lady von Valsius is quite unexpected. She's dead. Such tragic news. I will see that the planet observe a month of mourning.
For Janus!
You fled? You left your liege lord to deal with this shit.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none. Brace yourself.
We are truly surrounded.
Stay vigilant.
Perfect.
Death to the heretics! worse.
Martyrdom may be a reward, but it's
As
not
the
one that I
Emperor commands,
feel
I
like
act.
using.
Doubt is for the weak. Strike is a prayer. I will not.
Ah, I see. Okay. We'll keep the melee out.
Emperor, protect me.
Stop mocking
That's
me.
gotta hurt.
Apprehend him. And again.
I'll see to it personally.
Hey, fucker.
I'll make it happen.
Target the bird.
But of course.
Scream into his fucking mind. Out of there.
It's my toy, and I'm gonna control it myself.
That's Gal, if you good. Execute him. Thank you. That's in a blow. Finally, basically wrapped this up before the first round of combat ended. Good shit.
Out my way.
Ironclad Rebel. Good dodge.
Show me what you've got.
Got two fucking sharpshooters. Divergenist Rebel?
I'm here, maggot.
So what, is that like their leader?
A tactically sound.
Into there. Ah, it's Abelard.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Next, they're charging now, so
I will
this.
do my duty.
Charge
It will
him.
be done.
Him again.
Indeed.
Moving guard until the next turn, the Vanguard attempts to attack each enemy that attacks the Vanguard or their allies in a 3-cell radius around the Vanguard. To make this counterattack, the Vanguard has enough MP. Its Vanguard has enough MP. They can move towards the attacker. The Vanguard moves. The area of effect moves accordingly.
We'll rule the stars themselves. It will be done.
And this prick.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
Oh, he parried. Get shield bashed. Move to here.
I am your blade and shield. As honor ordained,
To kill.
the shadows will see. As honor ordained, dreams me no pleasure.
There we go.
As the tenets demand.
Go, put you in melee.
Scared yet?
Another ironclad. Oh, that's fine. Just stack up on her if you feel like it.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Rejoice in battle!
Still a sharpshooter over there somewhere. No.
I refuse. As the
Pop a shot at
Emperor-
them.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Out of range.
Just a minor setback.
Let's get to it.
Alright, my go.
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
Double slug.
I won't let it define me.
Give you an additional round.
To witness this.
Let your soul be purged.
Get some
The
spread
other
that
side
way.
awaits. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Alright, that's most of them down. Just a sharpshooter and the other dude left.
Who if not me?
25%. Do it.
Time to slaughter someone.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
I know what is to come.
Burn him.
Anything else?
Fire. Fuck this dude up.
Death
Up
comes
to
in
there.
silence. Caught by the web. I shall not let your soul be purged.
Boop. Boop.
My blade witter is a blessing.
Alright, we got 2 left. 3 left.
Follow my lead.
That was a dumb idea. Up to the full cover. Second shot in.
Faith without eradicated.
Hit them. There's one additional attack. Combat's basically over, so let's hit this.
In the will of the righteous. Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen.
82.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Alright, missed most of those. Lob a grenade at me? Fucking bitch. Double
I'll
slug.
see to it personally.
At your beck and call. Victory
Damn him.
is imminent.
Was... Oh my...
So might as well.
As the tactical imperative dictates. The Omnissiah knows all.
Fucking sitting back there in a fucking tree.
My place is at the fore. At your beck and call.
As far as you
Aim
can.
for the heart next time.
Go there.
This goes against the tenets. The shadows will see caught by the web,
Good fucking crit.
as honor ordained.
Your lordship, Emperor preserve us. Are you all right? Do not fret, layperson. We have grown used to outrageous slovenliness among the wardens of every world we visit. Patches Voss is quiet at first is booming with fury by the end of its remark. Neptune, useless piece of drot shit. What is the point of you if I can be attacked? I'm the governor's own estate. Where did the governor go? Governor is safe, protected by the walls and wardens. Please follow me. I'll escort you to her first, personally. I'll find my own way. Stand aside. Manufactured sword. Proved flat. Stop that. Ah, you still have a level to be put in.
Is there money to be made?
Stun grenade. $55 chance on a lower Imperium.
Just as I planned.
Incendiary ammunition, additional seals, a forge road unknown. The other traits contain hydrated weapons likely made to order. Into hotshot labs. That's something at least. Okay, so I can't enter that building.
Keep your wits about you.
That the spire haste to turn into a watchtower and sure sign of a turbulent situation.
That's how it's done.
Fountain, an expensive toy for the nobility. Pure water is currently bubbling from it. Additional pipes on it indicate the presence of separate siphons for sparkling wine and other beverages.
This is intriguing.
What did just pop for us? There's some sort of fucking loot. Ah, there it is. Warped Inductive Frame. The Cyber Raven gains 20% willpower and plus 50% maximum wound. Whenever it relays a cited power, it gains 0 temporary wounds.
Watch out.
The wearer gains +5 fellowship and +10 commerce. The wearer has dogmatic, adherent, or above. The lore Imperium will depend on the fellowship's intelligence rather than lore.
I do what I must.
Chains of rope are shackles on the end to be seen in the water. Something white is also visible. The glimmer, the fragment of bone with marks made by sharp teeth. So they drown people.
I always keep my options open.
Back here. Looks like that building's accessible. Pascal, unlock that, please.
Machine gun grants me insight.
Cactus Creations.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Outwardly Rain, Arch Zebo, perhaps a sound barrier generator is mounted inside. Now, ma'am, if you would properly discuss with me and why I was fucking shot at. It's good. It's good, but it's not as good as the fucking manual.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right.
Let us not dawdle.
Gonna loot all your shit.
In spite of your years, your body and spirit remain strong. Tell me, Amic Abelar, what do you do to train them?
Well, I spent a lot of time running back and forth after the Lord Captain, for a start.
Fuck you, man.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Your Lordship, the most honorable Ignatius von Valsius, the governor is awaiting you in her office, where she is propped by walls and guards. What's your entourage? My entourage will accompany you with the meeting to the governor. You have a personal shield. Why the fuck do you have an Aegis? Kronos is fiercely sweeping at a data slate, issuing commands into a gilded vase. Upon seeing you, she hurriedly puts away her devices, smoothing her skirt, and drops into a deep curtsy. Your Lordship accepts our abject apologies for the reprehensible stunt that spoiled the reception. Even in my worst nightmares, I could never have imagined. She flinches when she notices Kabbalah standing at your side. A death cultist. My, how unexpected. Must someone face severe punishment in the Emperor's name? Someone always does. As for who and when, the undying one will tell. Responds with dignity, seemingly oblivious to how sinister her words sound. I thought firing at moving targets was part of the ceremony. I don't care about your apologies. I could have been killed. The governor trembles all over, bows her head even lower. I assure your lordship, I would never, I beg you, give me the chance to prove my loyalty and explain myself. Fanny sitting beside her also bends into a Slavish bow, while reaching out to offer a reassuring touch to the vizier's hand, who immediately draws it away. A superb shot. Who was it? It's referring to Yerlit, our chief ally in the struggle against the rebels. I have turned a blind eye to horrific mutation, given the undoubted advantage she brings. You see, Yerlit comes from the local degenerate stock of this world, and knows Yennis like the back of her hand. So she also provides several leads as to where and when we can find bases and secret storehouses, although I admit that at times I am tempted to send her away from the estate. Her unnaturalness means that speaking with her always leaves me feeling uneasy. Such a gaunt, unfeminine figure, and so tall. If you wish to speak to Yerlit, you can find her outside in the orangery, most likely by the gazebo. She prefers to keep her distance from others. It's on the verge of starvation. Can we supply them? Yes, no, your lordship. If it's a question, its question is, can such an expensive and fertile world as this one feed a few thousand void rats? Of course it can. We lose more provisions by gnawing pests every cycle than those on footfall could eat on their entire lives. But we can ship provisions to footfall, not a chance. Any cargo ship that leaves the surface will be targeted for attacks. The rebels will not hesitate to bring it down, sending flaming debris over the capital. Our silos could not become targets for sabotage, food could be poisoned or mined. The logistics of transporting supplies to footfall will only be possible once the uprising has been completely crushed. What's happening on the planet? Several months ago, uprising broke out on Yennis. I was not even notified at first. Dripping worms for wardens to worry about. Alas, I only learned of what was happening after the miscreants began targeting noble families. And then it became apparent that the administratum accounts had referred to that what the administratum accounts referred to as unrest were in fact organized attacks on infrastructure and society leaders. They've already brought down 13 Adri complexes to a halt and have now moved to assassination attempts. My wardens are doggedly tracking down the rebels, but their leaders are slipping from their drafts yet again. Can Yennis fulfill its foodstuff supplies under the current conditions? I risk angering you, your lordship, but it is nothing compared to the shamelessly deceiving you. Yet let us consider the situation disappropriately. Even the most talented logistics experts of the administratum are unable to guarantee stable times when shuttles are wary of landing at the starport, and the terrified peasants are indulging a dangerous minority within their range. Until the usual order of things is restored, on Janus, any trade is nigh impossible. Considering what has occurred, your visit is a true blessing to see. You see, Janus does not have its own fleet. We could organize a planet-wide surge if we had ships at our disposal, ships like yours. Your lordship, please will you find a way to support our subjects in their hour of need? I'm sure even approximate coordination would be sufficient to have the ground forces and ship crew work together to hunt down the enemy. You want me to go off and catch some rebels for you? Not quite, your lordship. My wardens are crushing the lowly saboteurs across the planet relentlessly, ignacious, but it will be for naught unless their nests are destroyed. Someone is controlling the riffraff who is perishing in thoughtless escapades such as the one we witnessed today, and that someone could be hiding anywhere. You have resources and capabilities at your disposal, the likes of which I could never hope to possess. Your ship alone is an equated asset in tracking down criminals beyond the borders of my influence. Get to the bomb list. Assure the rebels will be something to say about the master. Sure, the rebels will have something to say about the master of this world. Now we bring to fail again. I am removing you from your post as governor of this planet, and I am placing you under arrest. When I am finished with the rebels, I will decide what to do with you. Say about the master of their world. Inclined her head. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Lord Captain. If any of those who attacked the estate had survived, then perhaps it could have been a reasonable information, but you made an example of them for the rest of the foolish rabble. Incidentally, I did not overhear the wardens talking about the kind of stranger in the area. Besides that, we still do not know who let those reprobates into the estate. The person who did might also know something. Who is this person standing next to you? I, as well as my retinue, are at your service. My secretary is checking the staff as we speak and removing all traces of the attack from the estate. The esteemed Magos, who is responsible for Adromatic efforts and the planet, is also here. He happened to be visiting this week to deliver his personal report. And of course, there is my aide in the war against the rebels. Really, I have no doubt she will be delighted to share her knowledge of Janus for your lordship. Who is this person next to you? One of the ladies in waiting, Amarilla. Amarilla performs secretarial duties and helps me remain in constant contact with those families who are most responsible for the productivity and prosperity of Janus. I trust my advisor implicitly, and over time, Amelia has become not merely a faithful companion, but almost my shadow. Losing her would be like losing my right hand. Encouraging nod. I must take my leave.
I still can't believe that you let me stay, Lord Captain. You didn't get rid of me. I'll live up to the trust you've placed in me.
You will.
One day your promise will turn to dust, like a wellspring that has run dry. I pray that on that day I will be there to end this heresy, once and for all.
There you are.
Iliad Lenevis greets you, Elantark.
You're not a mutant.
I have met souls like you before. You travel a path that offers you enlightenment. A rare gift among your limited kind.
Stares at you with her strange eyes, wearing an expression that is remarkably difficult to interpret. At last, she arches one eyebrow so subtly you almost miss it.
My soul is nothing kin to yours. Your kind call us Xenos, as if we are all as one. I came here to protect the Lilithon by assisting the governor against her enemies. Will you hear me, or be blinded to sense by your precepts?
There's one thing we have in common.
I have banished the shadow of doubt from your thoughts regarding my nature. Now you will answer my question. Why have you sought me out?
Why do you call me a Lontot?
Because that is what you are. Elantark means stranger from the darkness amidst the stars. You descended on flame-winged machines in a dark time when the air of the planet is soaked in blood and pain. Will you be the one to bring peace to the Lilithon?
I hope so. So you're Governor's mysterious helper.
Elantark. My hand parried the death promised to the ruler of these people, and I aided you in battle against the Lost Ones.
I need to replace my chair. I have another one out there. I just haven't moved it back. Just haven't moved it into here. Why are you helping the governor?
This world is in distress. I wish to protect it from unnecessary suffering.
What do you know about the rank and file rebels?
Only that they threaten the established order. There is much risk to this world should the ruler die.
Yurt's face is unreadable, but yet you detect a strange tension in her voice, as though she is choosing her words carefully. Do you know who is behind the uprising on the planet?
There is a malevolence here that drives your kin down the path of violence.
How did you come to the Annis?
The world you call Janus was once created by the will of my kin. I have far more right to be on the Lilithon than any of you.
Your answers are not particularly helpful.
But you are not asking for help, Elantark. You are merely asking questions, the answers to which are either unimportant or wreathed in shadow. Explore this place. Speak to those who know. A simple task for you, and an insurmountable challenge for me, since my very appearance provokes fear and suspicion. When you learn anything, tell me. Perhaps then my answers will be helpful to your search.
Would Dara stance at you in a road trader's presence?
So be it. I will go with you.
But Domin, this is a Xenos. The tenets of the blood-spun web warn us about their deceitful and vicious nature. They compel us to destroy them on sight. She is an enemy of the undying Emperor, and she is driven by dark designs.
Possibly.
My judgments and choices are for me alone, monkey. If uniting with your master will bring peace to the Lilithon, then it is the true path. Do not get in my way if you value your next breath.
Alright.
Your attempts to intimidate me are as hollow as the lies seeping from your lips. Only the Domin's grace stands between my blade and your throat, Xenos.
I am ready, Elantark. Let us go forth.
That does. Xenos, one of the Asrani, she's a ranger who follows the path of the outcast, and her skill is in ranged combat. Without Etrol, does not use human weapons, and can wear either Eldari armor, or if she learns the required feat, Drakari. You least need ability instantly ends her turn. However, at the start of her next turn, she will make an attack that always hits its target. I can live with that. Assassin. Archetype talents. Unsuspecting the assassination plus 7% chance. Yeah, do that. Let's Drakari weapon. $14 to 10. 14 to 17. Light armor. Okay, so we got her with us. The cloth to match his body barely looks human. Wires, tubes, metal manipulators turn him into a whimsical machine with while implants hide his face behind a sinister mask. The Tet Priest internally dictates something to the Tetna Lingua, the serval skull floating next to him, but at your approach, he falls silent and offers a reserved bow. Greetings, your lordship. Lex Mechanicus Vinzel, how may I serve you? Pastel exchange a trail of binary greetings, a series of sounds issued by Vivir sounds much louder and more differential to those of Pastel. Obviously, that mechanics are there on this planet. According to the data slate stored in my calculator, all infrastructure nodes for food harvesting and processing have their own contingent of technomads. The total number amounts to 233. Correction. Based on the latest data, the figure is 211 units. How are things with you and your followers? The current situation on the current situation of the planet is assessed as stable. The progress of the prospects is assessed as encouraging. What do you do here on Yanis? By order of the Adeptus Mechanicus, I have been entrusted with the management of Adeptus Administratum in order to catalog addramatic data and analyze information about the planet during the process of subjugating it to the will of the Imperium. Be blessed, Tet brother. Your diligence and the diligence of those like you turns anarchy into order and bestows classification to knowledge. One of Pastel's metadendrites slightly touches the Lex Mechanicus body. The Tet Priest bows respectively in return, clearly a little startled. Tell me about Yanis. Pathologies of the flora and fauna, genetic chemical pathologies, your lordship, harmless species mutated and become aggressive, while plants change their chemical components and become poisonous. This is happening more and more often, and if there is no action taken, the ecosystem of the world will be irreparably disrupted. When changes may be artificial, has the possibility been considered that someone is manipulating the ecosystem to reduce our living space? Not at all, Venerable Madros. I, our tech comrades from the Madros biologists, are humble workers, not warriors. They could not have come up with a thought of such a militant nature. My map stay open to all forms of knowledge. I order you to commence a check in the event that your account of the indolence of their minds is confirmed, I will petition for the appropriate penance. It is the Lilithon's wrath that is becoming manifest in nature itself. It is working, and it works into the world. May the gods preserve us. How did we not notice this sooner? How is the governor dealing with pathologies? I've analyzed the genomes of affected species, and I am currently developing suppressor genes to make the planet's organisms resistant to pathology. But so far, I have not been able to solve the problem. Further exploration of the planet would perhaps speed up the process, but the administrative apparatus has imposed a ban on expeditions that are not directly aimed at improving production. Traces Xenos activity. According to the data obtained during the initial survey, ruins and structures of a non-human origin were noted in different sectors of the planet, but I did not have the administrative capacity to study them in more detail. For now, I must defer the quest for knowledge. The luminous speaks the last words with distant envy, his eyes fixed on Majos hominin. Talked about something else. We will speak later. Pretty sure I could enter this.
Indeed. I've seen many places that flaunt such luxury. If you were to...
Lordship, please do not stay too close to the building. One of the terrorists from today's attack is holed up in there. Could be dangerous. What's going on here? Ready to report, your lordship. We conducted a sweep of the area after the attack. All the assassins were arrested and neutralized except for one. He sealed himself inside. He's already injured 2 wardens who tried to reach him, and there's no need to worry. We'll poison him and clear the last of the dregs of dirt from the estate. I have one question, officer. Why have you not already done it? The rogue trader is here, and the longer delay, the more you put his life in needless risk. It is inexcusable, your lordship. The barrels of poison were only just delivered, but we're ready to begin. I want to talk to the person inside. What's so special about this building? Fortunately, it was empty at the time of the attack. There was no potential hostages or innocent people inside. If you ask me, I think that was the first place the killer came to when he was beating his retreat. He managed to round up all the others, but this one holed himself up in there. It is not an empty utility building, but an inactive backup trip for storing refrigerant and freezing equipment. This is obvious. Your ignorance is depressing, servant. Sorry. I want to speak to the person inside. Are you sure you're not... It's not exactly safe, your lordship. I want to solve the problem without too much blood or fuss. The officer takes a breath. As you wish, your lordship. Piss off, you won't take me alive. Better to put a bullet in my brain than let the governor's dogs get their hands on me. Examine the door. The door looks solid and formidable, and you notice dark marks on the hinge, a sure sign that the material is degraded. The lock doesn't look new either. With a suitable tool, it should easily be opened. Pick the lock. It takes half a minute to figure out the archaic mechanism. With a click, the door opens, allowing you to enter. Inside is poorly lit, but you see a spot. But you spot a person standing in the far corner. He is desperately gripping a discharged last gun in his hand. At the sight of you, his eyes widen in recognition and fear. It can't be the rogue trader. The young man, practically a boy, falls to his knees and stretches out his bloody hands towards you. His clothes are burned to one side with drying baked on blood. Your lordship, have mercy. You are the sovereign of this planet. Only you have the power to save us. This is a time of recklessness. I heard that and said more than once in the Scala Progenia. I heard that said more than once in the Scala Progenia and during my novitiate. But youth is also a time of directness. Let us listen to this young man before we judge him. Save you from what? From Governor Mulet. Everyone here knows what she's doing to us. We put up with her for a long time, hoping that somebody would intervene and help us, but nobody ever did. She turned the whole world into a slaughterhouse. People are rounded up like rats from the settlement, supposedly to go to the palace, and they're never seen again. Her servants pour something over the fields, and then people lose their minds. They start hearing voices and seeing evil spirits. And while we're dying, she's sitting behind her white walls and feasting on our bones. Sacrifice is madness, pain and death, even in primitive society as this, such rites seem senseless, not worthy of such efforts. What is this, a random twerk of nature or something darker? You're telling me people are seeing evil spirits. Yes, others are going feral and attacking their loved ones, and then there's the boy lowers his voice. People say in some settlements, well, they've stopped upholding the law altogether, imperial law, and in the law of basic human decency. People are turning into animals. Who is behind the rebels? Swallows nervously looking at you. If you're your lordship, I beg you, don't ask me that. I can't sell my brother in. It's over for me, but for the others, I won't betray them. There will be no end to the war on this planet until I can get a handle on the situation, but to do that, I need to meet with your leader. The boy hesitates for a few seconds, then gains his head and drops limply. As long as you keep your word. I've never been in their camp, none of us have. Only the chief saw one person from their base. He came a few times, bringing weapons and orders. He said he represented a greater force than we could imagine, and he said that the governor's dogs will pay for their reprisals in the settlements. But that's not where they're hidden. They keep their distance from ordinary folks. We have it all worked out that if anyone gets caught, the others aren't caught with them. But I swiped the chief's vots. I thought after I'd killed the governor, I could use the message to coordinate to find the base and hide out there. The boy retrieved the bots from his spot and holds it up to you with shaking hands. This is everything I know, your lordship. Get him done with me. I would give you my word as a rogue trader you would live. The rebel looks at you, your lordship. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness. I never thought I'd survive this. I honor your bravery. Please allow me to get rid of this rat for you. Now, under my protection, see to it that he is held safely in custody until his fate is decided by a fair trial. To a useful servitor. A dumbfounded expression appears on the officer's face. With the deepest respect, your lordship, the officer thinks better of his words and then abruptly bows. It will be done. Page should already be dead. Yes, get him out of here. Ooh, that's not a guaranteed success. Almost is, but not quite.
Successful.
Disinfection tool. The wielder plus 15 bonus to carouse. Course.
Keep your wits about you.
Loot down there. Dried berries. Wrinkled fibrous berries covered in soft fuzz. Odd. Ah, there you are. A stooped man wearing a cloak for the Adeptus Administratum is reviewing the information on a data slate while he quietly wearing a mechanism arms filled with a long scroll of writing. Upon noticing you, the man stretches his thin lips into a smile and definitely bows. The light in his eyes with the servo skull hovering over his right shoulder gently pulsate. Your lordship, what an honor it is to address you in person. Allow me to introduce myself. Trillis Quaint, Prefectus of the Officio Agricultulae. I will preserve records of our conversation forever. What records of our conversation? Your lordship, I painstakingly record every conversation with high-ranking personages, and afterwards I fill out 7 accompanying forms personally. Rolls up his completed scroll in a practiced gesture and stows it away and pulls out a new one. Your words and judgment are in good hands. Laudable foresight. I thank you. Moments such as an appearance of a rogue trader must be preserved for posterity. What do you think of the governor? The governor is a superb leader. She possesses an excellent grasp of all matters and never uses an incorrect form for a given situation. I do not pry into her personal affairs, but I may ask plainly, a lady who fills out paperwork with such fineness cannot be a bad person in my view. What are your duties here? Oversee the administrative appearance of the planet and serve as secretary. I am responsible for the logistical related to supplying the planets of the Von Valsius dynasty and the timely payment of tithes to the Imperium official collectors. When was the last shipment sent? Oh, your lordship, our supply shipments are in order. All foodstuffs and other items are ready to export and are simply awaiting the arrival of transport ships. However, given the current circumstances on the planet Yanis could not provide even one tranche more than what is already prepared, I am certain the situation will be rectified in the future. When did the collector ship last come to Yanis? I must confess that as yet I have not had the pleasure of filling out a sacred tithe protocol form. As the last Imperial ship to come here did under my predecessor, come to think of it, that would have been several decades ago. I hope the logisticians responsible for such an unforgivable oversight lose their heads over this. You're lit. A highly exceptional individual. After today's regretful event, I am beginning to hold her talents in particular esteem. Verily, even mutants who have seen the light of the God Emperor can faithfully serve his flock. Moreover, your elite's particular ability could be an interesting subject of study to the mattress biologist. The elongated head shape, those eyes, judging by the stall that was given to me to send the footfall, such development and anomalies on Yanis are not a quirk of nature, but some kind of inherited trait. Here it freezes completely, turning into a living statue. What did you say? Oh, madame, have my words upset you? I'm certain your kinsman would be delighted to learn that people wish to make pretty pressure papier out of their remains, and besides, I could be wrong about the nature of its origins. Why do you have to send the skulls to someone on footfall? What stall are you talking about? A most remarkable item, I must say, a remarkable anomaly. One moment. After rummaging in a nearby container, draws out a parcel with which he immediately unwraps. Here it is. I believe the finest piece is intended to be given as a gift to the governor, but under the current circumstances, I doubt I will be able to send it to Footfall for any time soon. Said it's no silence. You can see her jaw working under her delicate skin. After a second, she abruptly turns away. Pastel's methodology reached towards a lot atlas with interest, seeming to unnerve him a little. Adequately preserved. It is a pity that it isn't empty inside. It could have become a proper servo stall herald for the road trader. Unorthodox. Repulsive barbarism. My deepest apology, your lordship. I did not mean to offend you. Bows his head low, trembling from head to toe. Your lip grits her teeth and burns you with a look of utter disdain. Oof. She did not like that. Lock it.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Right down there. What is this proper way to go about that? What are your duties here? What stall are you talking about? Move from my site. Disgraceful incident. Security is currently questioning the survivors, but the culprit has not been found yet. Last year, Lordship Rebellion has caused us too many problems in recent times. The rebels are interfering with established procedures, interrupting supplies, sabotaging the serfs' work. A few nobles have even been killed. The worst of all, some of the victims occupied important administrative posts until their replacements pass their checks, complete all their induction forms, and go through the official appointment procedures. Important paperwork is going unsigned. It is a bureaucratic catastrophe. Things continue in this vein. I dare not even imagine what it could lead to. There are worlds that are ravaged by war for generations, your lordship, like that deranged planet by the nameless stars, so close to your personal system. The inhabitants there supposedly live under the patrons of Road Trader Wintersdale. I shudder to think what he has created there. Where the rebels struck and how? Course, I'll be delighted to furnish you with all the information I have. The last few months, 15 organized attacks and 7 terrorist attacks have been perpetrated. Irrigation equipment has been sabotaged, and the Adrian sectors 3 to 5, transport routes 27, 413, and also, I suppose this will not tell you much, please. With a fussy gesture, he presses several buttons on his data slate screen, and 3-dimensional maps with coordinates of the attacks appear on your touch data. The data is superbly collected, and the map clearly displays the actions of the rebels. At first glance, there seems to be no logic to their campaign, but after analyzing the data and the features of the terrain, you notice a clear system indicating a geographical pattern to their attacks. Does anyone know who's leading the rebels? The rebels are well armed and trained. There's more governor advisors are inclined to think that the instigators of the rebels are very familiar with the planet's terrain and climate. My ordinates are going through registration records day and night, looking for individuals who have completed military training, but we have so far been unable to identify the scoundrel. What are you doing to combat the rebels? Security services are tracking those who support the rebels. Okay. So that's everything we can do here. Let's head up to the void ship real fast and just... As you once sought my help, now I am seeking yours. The time has come to dispel the final shadows on our path. I have hidden the truth from you. I know a great deal about those who are disturbing the peace of the local ruler, and I also know where they are hiding. Allow me to show you the way on the condition that you bring me to them. What an unexpected and suspicious revelation. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Another path was open to me, but now our paths are aligned, and my decision was motivated not by caprice, but by reason, which compels me now to be honest with the person who can fix all of this. Everything you have discovered, everything you have learned from your kind, they are all traces of the same calamity. Calamity that will eclipse all strife and wars on the face of this world. All signs were plain to see, but I was here in the monk I failed to recognize the coming storm. Please follow Mianicius. You must, if this world truly matters to you. What calamity? I'll reveal the truth very soon, but not here, not in the place where it seems evil has made its nest. Have patience, all on top, and trust me. So be it, I will follow you.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
I considered these forests my home for a time, but I still feel myself a stranger here.
Ah, I can return to the void ship. Cool. At the governor's estate. So I want to go have a talk with her real fast. One, it's highly illegal for her to have a Xenos in her midst. Me, not so much.
Let us not dawdle.
It's frowned upon, but I can do it. Oh, governess. My entourage will come with me. Mention the strange change in the planet's flora and fauna. He's a very wise man, but his fixation on evolutionary process seems a little extreme to me. Genesis is heavily cultivated, forests were cleared, and mountains raised across half the planet. It is no surprise that they're still noticing consequences of those changes. Oddities among the population. I don't deny it. Some of our experiments have injected a higher toll on the population than others. You see, recently one of the noble families of the Yanis has taken on the difficult task of enhancing attributes of our workers. So far, it has involved in producing experimental supplements to their food and mental conditioning in a monitored settlement. Sometimes procedures are disrupted and part of the population suffers the side effects. A specialist of the Graves family would be a better place to inform you of the topic, but alas, they are currently engaged in the field. Ancient ruins belonging to Xenos. I know to what you're referring. Strange structures of the unknown material.
I always have a backup plan.
One sec, that's on the video. All right. Back down to here. This. for the master of the bots, right? Oh, let's look here. Facilitation of rebel leaders on Janus. The rapid deployment of a small team and armed reconnaissance on the ground will solve the rebel problem in Janus for good. Gathering officers. We did a favor. We don't have enough Promethium yet. If I speculate, the lob-eared Klebs, the confession. I assume you heard my confessional message. Do you wish to talk about it? The important question is why. Fetch the initiate, find a way to delete it, and we shall forget about it. I want a pair of Klepas aboard the ship. The important question is why. As a fall for shifting device in the ship retroing messages, recording words, but deletion does not. You have helped me establish that. Thank you. Wait, why lop-eared Klepas specifically? At the time, I had nothing to repent of, so I dictated an excerpt from an old letter to my mother, as you heard. It contained an argument in favor of keeping lop-eared Klepas on the ship. I still recite it from memory. I want a pair of Kleps on the ship. I'm going to quote my mother's response. That is impossible. You see, the species went extinct several centuries ago. Voice rose ever so slightly warmer. I am sorry, Lord Captain. There aren't any Klepas to be had. Confession perpetuates the initiative. Find a way to delete it, and we shall forget about it. Will do, Lord Captain. Would you like to discuss any other matters? Ah. You must not have features. Gotcha. Read that wrong. Okay, so she can't use any of that yet. Yeah.
always keep my options open.
There's a path right here. Well, we found some rebels.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Kill the intruders. You're not under attack unless you want to be. Hold on, brothers. I'll call for backup. Captain set up right there. He's tanky. Good dodge.
Show me what you've got.
Let's make it quick.
Good parry.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
What to hear?
It's
And
as
drop
good as
those three.
done.
Drop them.
All fall before my might.
Good shit. I'll
I'll
bite
see
him.
to it personally.
Very good. Now him. Good boy.
Flesh is weak, yet iron knows no pain.
I will
What to hear?
bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Switch to the flamer.
As the Emperor commands. Faith without
Can you hit him,
deeds
hit him?
is worthless.
Hard miss.
Here we go.
Jesus.
Out of my way.
Good parries. Hit them.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Good double.
This tedium is beneath me.
Good hit.
If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Alright. That's all your abilities used up.
I will do my duty. Reduced to dust.
Hit him.
Running binary vital functions successfully
Good kill.
terminated.
Sharpshooter has to die, and we need to lock him down.
Blades and shadows. As the tenants. Trust me. My blade whispers your name.
Very good. Item with this. 14 to 17, 12 to 16.
As honor.
Good fucking hit.
I'll make it happen.
Send you off after him. What is that? Oh, hoo, 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 hoo. Halting creatures, 2x2 cells suffer +5 damage. Normal creatures, 3x3 cells suffer +10 damage. That is fucking great. Bad spectral with the black tracks and strategy judged by the evidence for landing and takeoffs. If you a good search. It's a whole another direction to go.
Grace and strength of will. It is sad that such gifts have fallen to one whose soul will never be illuminated by the light of terror.
Limited. Task.
It touches she thirst, devastating Lutheran down to the smallest of her children. How deep does this corruption run? From that.
The Emperor favors me today.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Gains +6 dodge against enemies under the effect of exposed weakness. All automatic weapons by 50%. We got 4. Truly taking rot in them. Melees, lock them down.
God Emperor, move through me.
Much like you to step
Be the
up.
fire in my heart.
Hit both of them with burning.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do
Run
it.
and done.
Doubt is for the weak.
Very good.
If I must.
Plus perception ballistic skill. Close to the assassin. Additional openings not hit by the end of the assassin's turn. It disappears.
I understand your intent.
Additional opening.
If it serves your cause.
It's nothing.
Shit. pray.
Natural prognosis is favorable.
Some stats bleed on this fucker. Poison it.
I venerate you, machine spirits.
Indeed.
Favorite enemy.
Back and call. Victory is imminent. My ears are ringing.
Endure.
I shall not fail. Let your soul be purged.
Shred him.
As honor ordains.
Nail this fucker. Ooh, that's a heavy hit.
Trust me.
Gonna 16 stats of bleed on it.
On it.
Hard. Good boy.
As the Emperor
Concentrate
commands,
fire.
I act.
Controlled shot.
I'll do it.
Good dodge. Ha 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 ha. And that one.
I hear you moving no more. My heart sings with the thrill of battle.
Good hit.
My soul shall be
Shit.
like fire.
Set the more wounds. You already pray. Mark them as pray.
Override. Request approved. My vow is to serve.
At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
Fucking hit it hard. Did parry.
I shall not fail. I would that I could. My blade whispers your name. As the
Oh.
Strike is a prayer.
I'll make
Overhand.
it happen.
Again. Perfect. Oh. Mm, this, gloves. I'd rather have that on you. Check this. Some from parts clearly not intended for such use among support beams. We missed some loot over here. Xenotech?
I have learned much in my exile.
The Xeno ruins visibly from under the green canopy looked remarkably intact. It seemed... Okay. Up.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Medicae.
The Vizier.
Poor sap was clearly mauled by a large predator.
Am I?
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Ah, there it is. It's a scrappy lasgun.
Let us not dawdle.
Head to here.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
I'll make an example out of you.
Spare none of them!
Will you? I belong down there. Or I'll go against that guy. Head down there. Sister, you can do the same. You'll hold there.
Scared yet?
No, but you should be.
Let's get to it.
Wish I could get there, but this will have to do.
I will leave footprints of scarlet, as honor ordains. Trust me. Come, the other side awaits.
We go.
I shall not fail. Trust me.
Go. That's 3 dead, 1 turn.
Time to slaughter someone.
You'd like to think so. Next turn, including extra turns if possible, she makes an attack that cannot miss and does not count towards limit.
This
Drop the
tedious
sharpshooter.
Fortune favors the swift. If I must. I understand your intent.
Let's make it quick.
Drop them. And you guys keep stacking up right there.
Let's get to it.
I'll brush this
Here
off.
we go.
Show me what you got.
Okay, so we're about to murk that heavily armed one. Up to here.
Advance
Like to hit him. Bat by 1. That's fine.
The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols. Request denied.
Move up to here.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
It's him.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
What can I fucking hit from here? 3 that way, 1 that way, or this guy. Good hit. Fuck yes. Get him.
It's as good as done. Don't let your guard down.
Double sludge him.
I'll learn from this mistake.
At your beck and call.
Nail him.
Indeed.
What was that?
I'm here, maggot.
An offering of blood.
Forcing them to go around, that's fine. To there.
As honor ordains.
Now jump to here. Good double.
Scared yet?
Let's get to it.
Feel free to try and pop shots off.
I am
Yeah, them.
not your Xenos pet monkey. If it serves your
Alright, 1 sharpshooter dead.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
I mean, if you want to close in with the melee beast, go for it. She's going to absolutely shred you. She's really just running around to fuck off chain swords. Ow.
Suffered worse.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Request approved. The
Wow.
scriptural prognosis is favorable.
guided by faith.
Down to here. Might have been a mistake.
For the weak. This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Abelard dodge.
Another enemy down. You never stood a chance.
Running by Nerek upright.
Nail him.
My vow is to serve. Running by Nerek. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Vulnerability
Good
analysis
shit.
successful.
I refuse. I'll see to it personally.
Doing its turn. And with that again.
Comprehends all.
Good.
I'll make it happen.
Are you gonna go that way? Good.
Follow my lead. It will be
Start
done.
there.
I will
This.
do my duty.
Good hit.
Let's get to it.
Alright, you made a mistake. So if I can jump to right there, you're fucked.
Trust me. Killing brings me no pleasure.
I bet it kind of does.
My blade whispers your name. Death is a blessing.
That's 3 more for her.
Oh, this will leave a scar. If it serves your
him.
cause. I am not your. I deal death with my hands. If it
Shoot
serves
them.
your cause.
Good shit.
Let's get to it.
And that was a mistake on your part.
I will endure.
Ow.
Explorators know one route. Forward. Let the cycle be
Nail him.
discontinued. Running by Nerek, I venerate you, machine spirit.
Pop him. Good shit.
Pain cleanses the body.
Get up here.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands,
Good.
doubt is for the the weak.
On it.
Sick him. Again.
I'll make it happen.
Missed. Blocked his entrance up.
Victory is
Good hit.
I will not die in dishonor. I am your blade and shield.
Good shit.
As the tenant killing brings me no pleasure.
Oh, shit. Wasn't expecting her to hit all the way up there. Nail him.
This tedium is no weakness is hidden from my sight. I am not your fortune favors the swift.
It's almost dead.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Dodge this shit. Stop, my kin, it's me.
Xenos scum! You don't belong in this galaxy.
My triumph was foretold.
So everyone's gathered up around here. You, though, are going to set up here. There's Abelard. My only little... Okay. Back here, then. Shit.
No weakness is hidden from my sight. I am not.
Nail him. Very good. Get over to here.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
And them.
I will not fail the craft work.
Okay.
I bring
Your first mistake was getting too close to this bitch.
Trust me.
I will not yield to the likes
The
of
shadows. My blade.
Doesn't matter if you yield or not, you're gonna fucking get shredded.
you. Heal my wounds.
No, you won't.
As honor. Death is a blessing.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Yeah, that was to be expected. It is an Eldar, but they don't have any cover now.
At your beck and call.
Nade him.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Yelt's usually disposes his face and toward in a grimace of pain and rage. The Almthought activate your eludicator. Okay. Activates when she begins speaking in her own language. I swear on Kane's riven heart, Moran, you will pay for your treachery. May Morad Hades under your fate and cast it away. May the blood of Alandash flood your throat. I'll gladly help you pour the cup of suffering down their throat. Closes her eyes and sucks in a breath through her teeth and quickly murmurs something. When she opens her eyes, her face is once again a massive cool serenity. She looks at you and begins to speak, and this time in low Gothic. Please excuse me, Alantat. I allowed the turmoil of my soul to win out over my reason. A slip that could have cost me more than you can ever imagine, my very soul. I must be careful, even in the face of treachery. It is time you told me what's going on here. I see no other path. You deserve the truth. We call ourselves children of Asaran Aldari. It is another name of ours. We are... What's that? Alrighty. There's another name for us. We are the echoes of the great empire that once ruled the galaxy and created new worlds. The planet that you call Janus is one of such maiden worlds. The Lilithan, a haven for our ancestors made for our kin. For many millennia, only the shadows of our predecessors lived among the ruins until you humans came here. We are the heirs, and we are entirely within our right to call the maiden world our own home. However, our arrival is a tragedy, not a homecoming. Sorrow seeps into Yurlit's voice. We belonged to Craft Road Krudak, which fell on the borders of this star region. Only the providence of the merciful gods allowed us to escape the fate that befell those whose souls perished amongst the stardust along with our abode. Destroying the Aldari Craft Road is a serious achievement. I'd like to shake the hand of whoever did it. Interest Special carefully clarifies. Which porter exactly? You don't need to know that, Iron Monkai. I'm aware of your looting practices. After calamity, the Lilithane offered my kin and sanctuary a place for respite in the ruins of our... forest traded by the wisdom of our world seniors, living along your kind, who reap the fruits of our labors with such vanity. Can Janus along with the rest of the Eldari? No, my path brought me to Lilithan later by another route. Muran, who welcomed me here, is one of the surviving Farseers of Trudark. He was with a handful of Alari who escaped death in Asarani, a Brex Aldari race which inhabits planetoid-sized vessels such as Traffers. Okay. Death and found the path here to the destroyed cradle of our kind. They were outraged when they saw how the Monkai had ravaged our flourishing garden. How are your kin connected to the uprising? The Asarani do not enter battles they cannot win. However, it is within our power to direct the current so that the elements themselves wash obstacles and enemies from our path. And so it was in this case. Moran the Farseer from Trudok saw the future without the Monkai, and he followed his lead. We simply used the Monkai's passions against them, the love of freedom and anarchy. Their love of domination and violence. Stoking enmity between servants and rulers is easier when your targets are governed by emotion rather than reason. My kin became military advisors to the Monkai, who rose up against the rulers of this world. I had a different mission to become Vizar's handler, since the rebels would be unable to get to her until both sides were sufficiently weakened. The ruler of humanity, the ruler of the humans, had never seen a child of Asuran before, so she accepted the lie about a degenerate branch of Monkai dwelling far from their own world, far from their own kind. Why did your own kind attack you? I know not the answer to that question. It lowers her head. Many cycles have passed since I departed these forests and my kin. They cannot have forgotten me, can they? What a handful of Xenos get. Why would a handful of Xenos go to war against the whole planet? You can't kill everyone. Start to understand the children of Asuran, and I do not blame you for that. We are too different. Yurlit says nothing for a few moments, choosing her words. Monkai walked blindly into the future. We choose the path guided by our farseers. Trudarch was the birthplace of the powerful watchers of things to come. Our leaders were selected from among their ranks, and their word was set in stone, unshakable like the universe itself. Moran, our leader here, is one of that group. The children of Asuran were subject to his will, and he is subject to the will of his visions. Moran saw the Lilithane in his vision, suffering and crying out to be cleansed, and we did everything we could to rid the maiden world of the Monkai. Our lives, our desires, all that is dust compared to the light of the path Moran has chosen for us. At least, that is what my kin believe. I used to believe it too, until recently. So why are you telling me all this? What brought on this candor? Alantat, your rival, has thrown my path into disarray and lifted the veil on the truth that has been hidden from me. While I was shadowing the human ruler, I failed to see the signs. Signs that were there was another threat looming over the Lilithon besides the Monkai's deeds. The threat should be familiar to you, as it is to other intelligence pieces in the galaxy. We call it Cylon Thrash, she who thirsts, goddess of chaos. Cylon Thrash and she who thirsts are the name of the Eldari gave to the chaos god Slanesh. Their ultimate enemy, Slanesh, is the god of passion, excess, and forbidden pleasures, and it is known for his fickle and treacherous nature. The Monkai are weak in spirit. They are susceptible to the propositions of she who thirsts, and in their drive to attain her poisonous gifts, they perform perverse rituals in her name. Rituals that require sacrifices like the Monkai who were brought to the palace and never seen again. Lilithon's world spirit senses the threat and resists as much as it is able. The living things that inhabit the world are becoming its weapons. Weapons turned against the Monkai, poisonous plants, rabid beasts. These are all like a blade in the Lilithon's hand, and she fights the coming of Slanesh. The signs have been revealed to me. They all indicate the presence of corruption in this world. Tendrils of corruption may be threading through the world spirit, poisoning it even as we speak. But for the corruption to take hold on the planet so quickly requires effort directed by the will of another. I believe Vijar Viat is in the thrall of the will of Slanesh. What? The governor? The governor who has duly served the dynasty and the Imperium for decades? Ignatius, I hope you will not stand for such. It's truly a slander aimed at one of your finest servants. And why haven't you gone to the palace and killed her already? I don't believe. Tainted from consorting with the arch enemy, we will have to find out for ourselves. Perhaps the signs I uncovered have failed to convince you. I pray that the gods, that other proof of something more comprehensible to you will emerge to sway your opinion. Slanesh is very cunning. She subtly penetrates the soul, offering false perfection, luring victims into her web with promises of wicked ideals. The ruler of the Monkai perhaps does not even know that her soul has been corrupted. If we want to meet with the leader of the uprising, we better keep moving. Level up! And lots of loot. A melted gun.
I always have a backup plan.
So many goods. Wrath and meet the Cyber Massive gains plus 10 weapons skill and deals 100% more damage when the Cyber Massive hits an apprehended enemy. The Cyber Massive gains plus 12 stat plus 12 bonus to strength, and a static plus 0 bonus to toughness for 1 round.
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences.
Toughness. 10 weapon skill, 100% more damage. Just a better version. It's 1 additional AP at the 20th character level. Give me better ballistic skill. I would like your strength up. Ballistic skill. Ballistic skill. Chain weapon expert, dual combatant, which is probably best for you, honestly. Deal more damage. Ballistic skill. In the canopy, you notice outlines of machines, portable generators. Okay. Dari chainsword. Gotta search that dude. It's the other Eldar. Go up path over there. Two-handed ranged weapon light. It's something. It's 12 to 24.
What do we have here?
I don't know. What do we have? Body.
Although the rites of the blood-spun web seem radical to me, I am glad to have such a fervent and devout warrior of the Emperor at our side.
I too am glad to fight side by side with his worthy servant, even though I usually hunt alone.
Is there money to be made?
I sense something nearby.
Disarm that, please. Thank
Never
you.
doubt me. See, right there.
Disarm that.
Duty prevails.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
From that.
I better myself through my service. The Emperor favors me today.
Be worth it? Hell yeah. Towards agility by +5 and athletics by +10.
Keep your wits about you.
How do we get up to that loot? That's up there with an athletics shots to climb up. Whoop, 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 whoop.
I'm restless. Blessed be the road that we take.
Ah.
I align my path with yours. For now, I follow my own path. Oh, too hard for a simple monkey. A trivial task.
The runes are lines of ancient Zeno's poem that tell of the creation of Lothane. Just on the trap.
My reckoning will be swift.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica
I
Imperium.
must thank you.
Let me help.
You have offered me another chance.
There's an athletics check.
Compared to
Pay
naval
attention.
service, that was barely a challenge.
Disarm that, please.
Never doubt me.
It's a meeting by the ruins. First contact leaves an impression on everyone, but when I recognized you to the recommended you to Commander, I never thought it would have such a stem to process the truth. Let's just talk to you and me in private. Let me know about the camp.
Unexpected result.
I always keep my options open.
See, this is warp
My
taint.
success was inevitable.
Planet's covered in pulsating purple spots. Young shoots already covered in similar march. Clearly a sign.
Performing target selection ritual.
Alright. You come back here. Gotta block that path, and you right here.
I understand your intention. That is beneath me.
Should have marked you
If it
first.
serves your cause. Fortune favors the swift.
Good shot.
This tedium is beneath me.
Good dodge.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Hit them again.
Faith without deed. This is why I was chosen.
Get 3 shots in each.
Not fail. Trust me.
Blade dance on you.
The shadows will see it done. Let your soul be purged.
End it.
Come, the other side awaits.
Good job, Zeus. You kept us from getting fucking ambushed. Or Xenos.
Keep a sharp eye. Watch your steps. I have failed my kin.
Probably have shit that increase lore Xenos now that I think about it. Ugh. So those on. Plus 10 bonus to awareness. Throw those on. I have sniper gloves somewhere. Where do those go? Throw those on. Put that on. Now we're on that. You're dogmatic. Iconoclast. We're almost at level 2 for that, too.
None are better at searching. I have learned much in my exile.
If it's one of the gods of the Eldari ancient Xenos race.
Duty prevails. I better myself
Rise to
through
the
my
top or get
service.
left in the dust.
Awareness.
Trivial task.
Giant reddish creatures who hit appear spikes and spines are glowing. Join infectious. I'm here to speak. What are those called again? Webway. Jumping and fine line garment turns to you, their face hidden behind a blank visor of their helmet. When they begin to speak, even from a distance, you feel the air around the figure grow colder. Monkai, you should not be here. Moran, I am calling you to account. You said that the great danger threatening the Lilithon lurked in the hearts of the Monkai and their dread and ignorance, and all the while another enemy is looming over their heads, an enemy whose tracks you should have seen in things to come. Slanesh, she who thirsts, is threatening this world, and you hid it from us. Answer me, or did you... Answer me, did you or did you not behold our greatest foe in the Lilithon's future? Did you lie to me? After Elrond's word, the two tall Eldari behind Miran start moving. One looks around at the leader while the other lets out a cry and muffle under his visor. The rebel beside you cringes as though the Eldari's speech causes him pain. He strains to say something, but Miran makes an impromptu gesture, and the soldier meekly straightens up and salutes, staring at the Xenos with slavish devotion. The rope figure inclines his head and then begins to speak. You're like the outcast. You left the path that was set out for you and brought unknown Monkai to our refuge, and now you speak to me with unseemingly anger. Your long wanderings far from the true dark have altered your mind and tainted your sight. Say nothing. My wanders of the path have chosen for myself, far from the walls of Trudart. I have seen and come to know things that no other Eldari could hidden away in the Traft Road their entire life. Why do you deny my words about Slaanesh? It is because you were lying to me and my kin, and you showed us the true path. When you showed us the true path, the Alantat was the first person to discover the coming of Slaanesh. One of those whom the Monkai called the Chaos Gods. Without him, I would still be deceived by your words and about the destiny of the true future. Montai revealing past is ludicrous. Montai bring pain and strife in our time, and for all time. How can you trust a Monkai after what we taught you? After hearing the sorrowful song of the dying world, Moran turns his head towards you. It was not chance that brought Trudart down. Monkai destroyed our ancient home, stripped us of our defenses, doomed us to wander amidst the cold stars. Sorry to hear about your home was destroyed, but I wasn't there and know nothing of the calamity. If these words had come from Alandari, I would have believed them, but you are merely a Monkai, a plaything of your own passions. Any emotion that takes hold in your soul can drive out any trace of reason and honor. You are playing with the words to avoid the question. Notes of desperation and rage are creeping into your voice now. The Lilithane is under the threat of our eternal foe, and yet you're more concerned about the presence of the Alantat than the corruption that is flowing through the veins of this world. Did you never consider that your war might simply be hastening Slaanesh triumph? Perhaps the ruler's servants, in their efforts to protect her, will resort to more and more instruments of corruption. Leans down over you his tone menacing. You left Trudart in our darkest hour to gratify your ego. You came to us on Lilithane, and I accepted you as one of our own. I even gave you a real purpose, Ylet, the outcast, and you dare to insult me, a Farseer? It is a mistake to let you into our circle. You have turned our efforts to survive into dust with your own hands. Moran's not a I am a child of Asaram, Moran, not a plaything in the cold hands of fate, which you claim speaks through your mouth. My choice of path is no worse than yours or any other Eldari's, and my path calls me to fight the true enemies, not eradicate the Monkai. If it comes to it, I will stand with them, for the Alantat can see what you are blind to, Farseer. Yot's eyes are aligned with fury. She pointedly lays her hands on her weapon, looking away from the Farseer. But first we must deal with the rebellion you are orchestrating. Turns toward you. So, Yurlit, the outcast has revealed our secret to you. I'm sure you have something to say on that regard. Enough talking. If Xenos refused to bow down before the road traitor, I want to stop the violence on this planet once and for all. Perhaps the Maokai sense the impending inevitability and are ready to surrender. Well, if so, the hour for retribution is closer than I gleaned in the weaving of fate. The Maokai believe that they are serving fellow members of their tribe, but as wise, noble chiefs, my gift is potent enough to ensure that the Maokai hiding in their forests see us as humans rather than children of Asaran. Come to your senses, serving the God Emperor, throw the cursed fog of sorcery, and stand with me against the Xenos, against the enemies of humanity. Let us deal with the common enemy together. The name of the danger is Monkai. Putting Xenos at the head of an imperial planet is suicide. Where's my guarantee that the planet's inhabitants will be safe? You have the word of a child of Asran who venerates far more than any of you. What is more, Monkai, I am not in the slightest desire to inflict harm upon the Lilithane, the land of the Eldari's ancestor. We shall do things another way. I shall grant my protection to this form of an alliance between Xenos and the representatives of humanity. Together we shall destroy Venzia and her associates, and then humans and Eldari will flourish on Juris under my patronage. Statement predicting future success is fallacious. Security dogmas are based on extensive statistical data and confrontation with Xeno races, and there have been 0 cases of successful coexistence. Moran stares at you for several seconds, and at last he says, an alliance. This is how you interpreted what I said. Then again, if you prefer the word, let us call it an alliance. We will protect Lorithane. We will do so without violence. We will work for the interests of our race and our world through the trust of Monkai while we remain in the shadows of the forest. This will be safer for everyone. If the Lilithane remains in our charge, I am willing to come to an agreement. We will not lose another kinsman, and we will be able to tend to this world, which has suffered so many years of humanity's yoke. As a regard to the ruling Monkai, we will help you. The rebel nods in satisfaction. That's good, that's good. Our comrades should stay in charge. They'll know what to do. They'll know what's best, what pleases the God Emperor. Well, Antot, before you leave these forests forever, take me with you. To the distant stars, the tale of the children of Asran and the Lilithane coming to an end. But somewhere out there among the cold stars of the cosmos that your kind call the Expanse, there are others, depraved of homes, lost, suffering. Yolette shuts her eyes and grief twists her final sculptured face. You can help another Alantat. You will be my wings, and I will be your wounding spear, and your voice for reason should you encounter my kin. If that is still not enough, Yolette thinks for a moment, continuing carefully. I promise you a wondrous reward, Alantat. The treasures of my world hidden in the vastness of space in exchange for the rescue of my kin. If you remain true to your word, and do not go back to my convent. It is an honor to welcome an Eldari wanderer into my ranks. The Eldari shifts on slightly and lowers her head, a ghost of a smile appearing on her lips. My heart sings at the thought of the Lilanthoth's approaching liberation. But we must not rest while Selenesh's servants still mar the face of the maiden world. As you remember your promise, Alantot, when we leave Lilithane, it will be to go to the distant stars. Moran saw them in his visions, and they sang mournful songs about the fate of the people, and I will fight beside you until the song of the stars turns into a funeral lament.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh, too hard for a simple monkey.
Goods over here. Bodle.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Okay, you want a fulfilled vow. Gotcha. Can I just, like, bomb the fucking palace from orbit? So you're coming with... Burst attacks are harder to dodge. No shit, there's a bunch of ammo coming at you. That's some accuracy by volume. I guarantee you it will not be for much longer. Palace Gate, there's a Palace Gate.
Is there money to be made?
I'll take my retinue. I found the rebel nest. Have you really, Lordship? And what have you learned? I know everything, and now you have one chance to beg for mercy. You are a servant of the archenemy. What? No. You have woven your web of deceit in vain. You can no longer hide behind the veil of ignorance. Ignatius has seen the evidence of your deeds, heard the cries of the tormentor Lilithane, walked amidst the decay that you brought to the maiden world. Enough of your lies, Chaos Wretch. You lit. How dare you, filthy vermin? I will have you flayed for that outburst. Your lordship, what is going on? How dare you lie to me? Clenches her teeth so hard you hear a crack. I, daughter of House Baron, Governor of Janus, and child of the Imperium, serve no one other than the Emperor and the Von Valsius dynasty. And what? What you are accusing me of is merely a tool at my disposal, a tool that I have the power and courage to use. Do you think ordinary methods would have been enough to tame this demented planet? No. My family struggled for decades to subdue Janus, and for Janus once for all, and it was all in vain. But loyal servants of those families who have resided in Janus for centuries help me to unlock new sources of power, ancient knowledge secretly passed down from generation to generation, accessible to a select few, and which granted power over nature itself. How could I reject it? How could I undo all the work my predecessors who were entrusted with Janus, who faithfully served the Von Valsius dynasty, and who, with a madman's obsession, hewed this rock into a stunning diamond? 2 days spent among the initiated was enough for me to start hearing the voice of angels in my ears. Angels who dipped me with the keys to counter this world. Before you offend my ears with more accusation of mortal animations, remember who was dutifully served your dynasty all these years. Remember who has devoted her life to turning Janus into a primary source of wealth for your protectorate. Remember to whom your predecessor entrusted one of her most valuable worlds without fear of treachery or conspiracy. Without me, without my service, my sacrifice, Janus would be nothing. Behold proof of why knowledge must remain in the hands of the worthy. Many lay people are capable of possessing it, but a wise mind is not bound by oaths of obedience. To the omnisci is vulnerable to corruption and free thinking, even more vulnerable to the mind of the ignorant commoner. What more proof do you need, Alantat? The monka has confessed to her handiwork. I will not allow a miscreant like you to continue wreaking havoc. You made a mistake thinking that anyone would come to your aid on my world. Servants to me. Thought we were getting help.
I always keep my options open.
We should deal with this.
I will lead us to fortune.
Shit, wrong person. Argenta.
Things hidden in the heart turn all to decay. Onward. Nothing escapes my sight.
Fuck, do we have anyone that has lore warp?
Speak, Elantak. I wander through the stars.
We have you.
see an Azuriani fail.
Send a camera on the corresponding character. Gotcha.
I have learned much in my exile.
Disarm that.
The Emperor favors me today.
Standard bolt pistol, meditate kit. Speaking of that, stun grenade.
Keep your wits about you.
Open the door.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Well, shit. Needed it to her.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
The monsters demand your death.
Actually, Abelard, you're gonna go there. Got no enemies on that side. Put you there. You're fine there. Just put a few in there.
If I must. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause.
Vile delights beckon you.
Chaos guides me.
Alright, so I should be able to land right in between them and fuck them up. At least hold them down. Witted Elixir.
My faith strengthens me.
Give a bolter.
Break them up.
Fucking stun grenades.
And duty go hand in hand.
Good shit, Pascal. Nail him.
Your life is a negligible variable.
Mark prey.
Let's
Oh,
make
them.
some opportunities. It's as good as done. I'll see to it. Another enemy down.
There we go.
I'll make it happen.
I refuse.
That's fair.
Doubt is for the weak.
Good hit.
I bring ruin.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
What are you gonna do?
Accept it. Embrace it.
Suffering is part of the trial.
Ah, shit, we actually do have some Eldari joining in.
Stride forwards. I will endure.
Could you stop hitting my guys, please?
My soul sings in ecstasy.
This tedium is beneath. Weakness is hidden from my sight. If it serves your cause. I understand your intent.
Mark her.
Integrity failure detected.
Fuck. Run and gun.
I've faced worse than this.
Neither fear nor hesitation. Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor
Hit them.
commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I was like, that lieutenant needs to fucking die. Jump on in.
Trust me. As honor ordains.
I am unsatisfied.
20 stats of blood.
The tenet's demand. I shall not killing. Brings me no pleasure. The shadows will seek out. The other side awaits.
Okay. That's good for that. Kill yourself.
Integrity factor increased. Advancing.
It's fine. RQ is prey.
Competences are not that universal. Running binaric override.
Hit her. Abelard to here.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
To him with a charge, right?
Indeed,
Not quite.
it will be done.
Say, force him.
Victory is imminent.
Hydraulics are failing.
Good parry. Double slug.
To it personally. On it. Your end was inevitable. I'll see to it personally.
Chase them down.
Such is the will of chaos.
A broken blade has no use.
Fate shapes my
Jesus.
actions.
She needs to fucking die.
Ancestors guide me.
No more demonettes. He's still alive. I want him ended.
Follow my lead.
I will not fail the craft world.
I don't see him being alive after this. Move to here.
I'll do it.
Good. They're dead.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Her.
I am his will made
If we had more to
manifest.
fight, that'd be worthwhile, but
The Emperor commands. I'll do it.
what did that one fucking have a 0?
I am your doom.
Oh, it's a refractor shield. Butter.
Though I gave thee my blood and my pain, thou hast ordained that I shall live. A dance of blades and shadows, as honor ordains. Let your soul be purged.
And nail him.
Is a blessing.
Like to recklessly attack, please. Nail him.
At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
Oh, I have 7 wounds left.
I won't compromise my principles. I'm ready for whatever comes.
Be line of sight. How don't I have line of sight?
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
She has 109 health left. I have no line of sight.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the
The shot on her.
Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. You, my emperor. Doubt
Nail her
is
again.
Death comes in silence, as the tenets demand.
Shit. Hit the wrong button. Abelard, up we go.
Indeed. I'd rather not. High momentum.
Cost -1.
Accept your lot.
Low momentum.
Who, if not me?
So it cost
I'll
1.
make it happen.
Double
I'll
sludge.
see to it personally.
Swift and silent.
I still don't have line of sight on her.
This tedium is beneath me.
Perfect.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Hit her.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, she's on fire.
I am your blade and shield, as honor ordains. Trust me, let your soul be
How
heard.
dare you strike at the Emperor's faithful?
Killing brings me no pleasure.
It's okay. The weapon but her shoulders remain tense. She finally catches her breath, shaking her hair out of her face in fluid motion, and it looks at you. You have done your duty on Todd. From now on, Lilithon has hope of a future without Slanesh and her followers. The world has yet to be cleansed, but there is a time for everything. Now it's time to thank you. This is the last we'll hear of cultists. Saints open season for human. Only if they consider the servants of she with thirst to be human. I hope not. Only those abominations deserve death. I will most likely return to Janus in the future. I must keep an eye on my worlds. Violet nods pensively. Lilithon is safe. Needle pistol. Enforcer like Carapace. Signet ring. Sinister Diary grants 20% bonus to lore and minus 10% penalty to willpower resistant tests. Profane blades. The profane, wouldn't they be what do you call it?
This could be an opportunity.
Time to collect all the fucking good shit. Power drips. Plus 10 strength. No to the aristocracy. Tech use.
What a shameful failure.
All right. Hell yeah, Xenos artifacts. Secret chamber guard.
Your life is already short, and yet still you charge toward death, like a flaming comet falling into a star.
You treasure your long life, but it is hollow. This is why you waver
Warp, but
on
the
one
wielder of
lonely
my
path,
hit more
while
damage
I
from
walk
psychic and navigator
surely
powers.
along a single thread. I can do more in the moment I have been given than you can achieve in centuries.
Vintage Amber set, Golden Totki, Void Sweet Ale. Well, your guys' mistress is dead. And we cleared Giannis. To provisions of footfall, giving its inhabitants new hope, assuring their right to rule over this. Inhabitants new hope and asserting their right to rule over the station. Profit factor has been gained. To welcome the new road trader, that's the mechanics planetary officer brought the ship an offering of several veritable macro combines, ancient machines, whose cartridges have been found on Yanis and carefully restored. Tears of Repentance. That's a Drukari weapon. You need Janus Pomper nobles fled the planet. They're being replaced with more enterprising servants. A small but ambitious ultra repressitor syndicate belonging to the Casablanca mission has contacted the rogue trader. Will the request to entrust the governance of Janus to them. Vladimir Torka pushing all the competitors out of the coal trade. The ultra are hoping to change their line of business, becoming dignified aristocrats serving House Valesius. Sages generated the Magos biologists. Management of the Adri complex will be taken away from the aristocrats and handed over to the servants. Chemicals 1, provision 1, security +1. Jump. That's an inventory and return to real space. Come on. Almost there.
Please spare me a brief moment of your time, Elantak.
Twilight appears beside the throne, exhausted and anger set upon her brow.
Azurion knows that I do not care about the curious glances of Monkey. I grew inured to them back in the blossoming gardens of the Lilithon. They curse me from afar. They follow my every move. They ward themselves against me. Let them. After all, what can be done with such weak-minded, primitive creatures?
Hey now.
And still, one monkey stunt has caused the cup of my patience to spill over. She dared to approach me, to speak to me, and touching my hand, she suggested that we withdraw somewhere private. She wanted Morag. The mere memory of it stirs up a tempest in my soul.
The mind so in pride with you either. My people may behave contemptibly, and I apologize for it.
I accept your words, Elantak. And still,
Looks intently into your eyes.
try to imagine, Elantak, being lusted after by a wild beast. It is foul, disgusting, so vile that it makes your very soul shudder.
But does not mean humans or animals.
No. Your kind's simple souls and narrow minds are the root of all these flaws.
Okay.
Narrow minds and simple souls. Every day, I feel as if I am caught in a trap, surrounded by a pack of wild animals.
I don't think you fully understand. That can help.
Pay this price to find my kin, but everything has its limit. I have walked the path of awakening, Elantak, and learned to see that which is hidden and hear that which is unspoken. When I found myself on the Lilithon, I watched your kind long enough to understand the true nature of Monkey. I do not think you can tell me anything I do not already know. Nevertheless, I will not protest. Conversations with you are the only thing on this ship that can ease my solitude.
Casting a fleeting glance at the officers on the bridge, she lets out a weary sigh. Unknown, the most frightened of all things.
Had any of them wished to understand my nature, they would have already run away in fear from one who walks the path of the outcast. But they are just trying to provoke me, hurt me. No. Monkey are driven by their instincts. To survive, to breed, to ensure the preservation of their species and the annihilation of those who threaten them. It is neither good nor bad. It simply is.
And it is. Sometimes try to understand the motives behind our own actions.
It was emotions that once brought down my kind, Elantak, toppling us from our pedestal as rulers of the galaxy. Indulging your weaknesses or whims does not make your species any more attractive.
All humans are different. My people's interest in you was not intended as an insult.
Elantak, please understand that I do not find Monkey attractive. The mere thought of being intimate with one of your kind.
Your lip breathes out heavily, trying to maintain her composure.
Our conversation has only proved my point, Elantak. That Monkey and the children of Azurion are as different as night and day. Eldari do not simply see the world differently. They see more than any monkey can ever comprehend.
And what do you see around us that I do not?
What do I see? Your words ring with the desire to know the soul of another. But will you be able to comprehend my answer?
Only one way to find out.
I will need time to put the entire truth of this world into the meager language to which your ears are accustomed. When I find my answer, I will pay you a visit.
I hope so. Another level up. When Cyber Massive hits the apprehended enemy or an enemy adjacent to the protected ally, it gains a +1 key characteristic that lasts until the end of combat and stats. First rank combat does not spend AP and does not count towards the attack limit of that turn. Mace costs -1 AP less, but no less than 1. Give me more ballistic skill. Not weapon skill. All enemies in 2-shot radius are on the vanguards with a -8 penalty to dodge. Defensive maneuvers. How about that? Increase your strength. Agility. That. Chain weapon expert. +4 maximum damage. Ballistic skill. Willpower. Will. Next. Strength. Level 24. Then we're not gonna fuck with you yet. Visit. What, should I turn in fucking planets yet? You. Data may be of interest. Profit factor gained 1. Well, we just go into the other one. Take armor, though. So fucking close. Get to 7. Plasma pistol. See this fucker up here has anything to say to me. Needs its residence. Honestly, probably just have anything to say to me. Come on, you're so close. Continue. Sit down to business. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can't afford any of that yet, but I can do this. It was a rote action. I It's an opening with a charge slash or dance macabre ability. They inflict bleeding. Alright, we're gonna call it there.